me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. Yo, too real, hit him with a rhythm rhyme. 10 song, cause it's cold in the wintertime. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank like it's intertwined.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the GG League Pro Series qualifier number 4 and the last qualifier in this series. And we're actually on the last day, which is semi-final and final, to find out which two teams will join us for the championship or the playoffs or the finals of the Pro League, which is going to happen in around 2 weeks' time. My name is Abdullah, also known as Toxi, and I have Ramon and JT with me since the beginning. Ramon and JT, how are you guys doing?
I'm pretty fantastic. I'm trying a new look. I'm trying to see how things have been playing out in the bracket so far. We're literally at the last chance qualifier, and we've been having some pretty banging games all throughout this bracket. So I'm pretty excited on how things will unfold.
Yeah, I'm doing good too. I'm looking forward to see what happens as well. Same with Ramon, especially with how strong the teams are remaining. I think it's the best of the best going towards the playoffs. And like Ramon said, this is do or die. You can't make a mistake because you lose and you're gone. You're not going to make it to the big dream, which is going towards playoffs, right? And honestly, I'm excited to see how these players are really going to show what they got, especially with the stream yesterday. You got to do your assignment here and study your opponents and see what they're good and what their weaknesses are.
Yeah, and that's exactly that, because we have two teams that, or actually 4 teams that are going to compete for these 2 spots. But first, let's have a look at the prize pool that these teams are competing for, which is $5,000. That's going to be distributed across all the qualifiers and the finals or the playoffs of the Pro League. As you can tell, here we go. This is the distribution of the prize pool. So if you win in the qualifier and if you win in the playoffs, you are guaranteed 2 prizes. And that's actually a good thing. So no matter if you pick first or second, you get a chunk of that $5,000. And for today in our semifinals, we're going to look at the matchups. It's going to be Orgless 5 against Perfectionist, the 2 teams we actually showed yesterday, and the other semifinal is going to be between 5 Gamers and P-Peaks. I think we have a very strong matchup tonight between Orgless 5 and Perfectionist. As I understood, this is going to be the stream match. We already seen both of these teams. We understand their capabilities. We know how strong they are and what they can show as potential. Maybe Ramon now, since we know the first semifinal that's going to be played on stream, and then we're going to have the final, obviously. Orgless 5, Perfectionists, and we have the veto as well, which I'm going to mention to you. So it's going to be so Perfectionist banned Inferno, Orgless 5 banned Vertigo, so we're not going to see Vertigo. Nuke was picked by Perfectionists, and this is a map we haven't seen them play. Anubis was picked by Orgless 5. This is a map they have played yesterday, and they didn't win so comfortably. It was like a 13-9 after some crazy comeback. If you guys remember, it was 8-1 at some point. And then Perfectionist removed Dasu, Orgless removed Mirage, and Ancient is the map picked by default. Ramon, we have the veto, we have the teams. Is there a team that, for you, maybe favorites for this matchup, or you think this is going to be a 50-50, and especially on a map on Nuke where we haven't seen much of the teams play on it? What are your thoughts on this matchup?
It's pretty early to say. But I kind of want to put the gauntlet out there. I think Orglis is shaped up to be a team that has been playing with pure confidence compared to everybody else in the bracket right now. I mean, you could make an argument that the five gamers could also be a strong contender, considering that they're coming in with a 1.19 average KD heading into their semifinals game. But you could say that Orglis have been so pristine in their form right now. Everybody's doing their best work. You could say that Default is doing really well. Even the IGLing role, he's been doing a lot of the fragging department as well. As Cloud has also been doing a lot of work in the map control department as well. So everybody's putting the leg up in the Orglis department, and if they keep continuing this sort of form that they have, then they're still looking pretty strong, especially against Perfectionists, who, in my eyes, should be the underdogs, but should not be underestimated. Even we were underestimating them, considering that not all of them were faced at level 10s, but they still put up a fight against teams that should have been able to fight up against them.
How about you, JT? What are your thoughts?
I'm all about the Cinderella story, the underdog story, coming from Perfectionist. Honestly, it's a nice surprise. We really thought, actually, since the best of three yesterday, up against Elo Delivery, we heavily favored Elo Delivery to actually take it 2-0. But the way that Perfectionists have been playing, very systematic, and if they can continue playing the way they're doing, it feels like they can take out Orglis 5. And it's a possibility out there. We do know Orglis 5 is a very strong team, and they have yet to find a foe that can actually go on par with them. And maybe this is what they need. Maybe this is when the team from Perfectionist will be the ones biting them and getting maybe a couple of maps around them. Because in this qualifier so far, this is the most best of threes we've had compared to previous ones. And I would love to see this go further until a map number 3, just to decide on who will go through the grand finals. Like I said, Cinderella story, Perfectionist, I'm hoping. And, maybe Copium.
I think it's because of Nuke and the element of surprise here. We don't know much about both teams on this map, but since Orglis 5 picked this map, then surely they have something prepared for it. But when we look at Anubis, I mean, that's a risky pick by Orglis 5, seeing how they performed. And I think if Team Perfectionists take map 2, I think they're gonna take as well Ancient, just because we've seen how strong they are on Ancient. 13-7 last night against Elo Delivery. So I think this is definitely doable for Perfectionists. It all goes down on how well they play on Nuke and their confidence going into Anubis on the second map. So I think it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun. And if we look at both lineups, from your side, Ramon, who stood out for you when it comes to Perfectionists?
Well, I do believe that we have been talking about Alan a lot, but what about Hasnain, right? I mean, this guy can do anything. He's the Swiss Army knife for Perfectionists. He's been a really good opper whenever he has the opportunity to do so, but he also has shown to be a perfect second guy in whenever Alan has been the guy to push forward on the entries. You can't always rely on that guy, so the second guy in will always be the perfect player to actually replace some of that. Then he's been doing really well on that department right now. And you could also say the same as well for Smiley, who, in my eyes, hasn't been as consistent as both Hasnain and Alan. But this guy, whenever he wants to do something, he just never hesitates to do so. And in my mind, that tells me that when he's on form, then he will be a scary player to look at for Perfectionists.
And JT, for Orglis 5, is there a player that is you would bet on that's gonna perform well, or the team needs him to perform well?
Honestly, the thing is with Orglis 5 is that everybody can perform when they need to, and everybody is actually, could be the star player. There's not really specifically, a star player that you would say, this is the person that when you see Orglis 5, this is who do you look up to. Everybody does really well. Clouda, Defaulter, McKills, Revan, Ember, these guys are a formidable team, and that's the thing. This game, individual skill will bring you far, but at the end of the day, it's a team game, right? And if a whole team is ready to give an impactful performance, then you're just gonna get blasted off from the map.
All right, now since we have almost a minute left, we will do our favorite segment, which is predictions. And I'll start with you, Ramon. On Nuke, what is your prediction?
I'm gonna give it to the favorites for now. I'm gonna go safe with my Orglis pick. I will make it at least a little bit close, maybe around the 13-8 mark.
And you, JT?
I actually feel the same way because profession takes some time before you can really see their brilliance and their performance. I would say Argus 5 will take it, but 13 and 9.
13-9. Okay. So, Ramon, remind me again, what was your score? Man, I'm getting old.
13-8.
13-8, 13-9.
Around
Okay,
that.
all right. All right. So I'm gonna go with 13-11 for Orglis 5. I think it's gonna be a close matchup, and I think there's gonna be a fight between the two teams. I don't think it's gonna be an easy one. And this is, let me remind you guys that this is the map pick of Perfectionists. So they must have something prepared for this map, and they are the underdogs in this matchup. And we kind of didn't expect them to go through last night, but they did prove us wrong, and hopefully they continue, proving everyone wrong and show a great performance on the map of Nuke. And the city side as well has been picked by, if I'm not mistaken, by Orglis 5. So Orglis 5 are gonna start on the city side. And on the mic, we have Ramon and JT. Take it away, boys.
I can't believe it. We're seeing Nuke. When was the last time we saw Nuke? The first qualifier? I think that was the last time I saw it. So,
literally
excited to see.
that far back. Very far
Well,
back,
you weren't
man.
here on the
I'm really
third one. So,
I wasn't, but like
Yeah.
for the first time for me, it was around the first qualifier, and I'm pretty surprised that Orglis are given the time of day to take the CT side. They're gonna be pretty comfortable in that regard, then.
Orglis 5 on the CT side. Usually I would expect Perfection to be the one on the start, but you'll get the first blood, and the server has 9. Rich Transparent getting the pick off, and they're looking for more than jumping shots. I love it. It's like they're playing Donkey Kong here. Up and down and up and down. They find the kills. And they're not stopping here, Ramon. They're waiting for the guy from Vets. Ooh, what? Smiley? He gets one? Okay, finally someone will fall down in Perfection. That will be Has9. And McGill's finding a double. Could be the guy who will stop them at their tracks, but he's hitting the fence. Oh no.
I mean,
Could have been good.
quick triple for McGill's, and it would have been smooth sailing for Perfection since they already took care of the outside player, which was Revan, who really never expected them to peek outside of that red box as well. Quick and easy push onto the secret position, this resulting in them taking B as quickly as that. You'd expect the T side of Perfection is to at least take that A side, which normally would have been the default play for a lot of pistol players on Nuke, but he decided to put the rabbit out of the hat. So he 1-0 so far, and Revan, he decides to pick up the A1S pretty quick and early on to fight the silo player. Kind of struggling to take the frag out here, but he can take his time. No pressure.
Yeah, Molly will be there as well to push him more further down into a position he doesn't necessarily want to be. I mean, you bought the gun. You kind of want to make an impact play if possible. Meanwhile, through the smoke, Cloud hoping and praying to see Alan right next door, but they're not taking a bite. No cigar. Waiting for the time for the utilities. Revan, oh, the investment. It is piling up here. If he could find more, that would be really good. As Claudia, he thought he could trick one out, but not gonna happen. As now we'll find another as well. As Orglis 5 are scrambling for scraps here.
Taking picks wherever they can, right? With the pistols that they have, the 5.7's actually surprising with a bunch of damage to force. And Has9 also picking up another to open up again the space over to the A side right now. And because they still have the better guns, they don't need to rush. They don't need to pressure on. They still got the bomb in hand. So it gives an opportunity for Orglis to try to wrap around at Heaven spot. Revan also taking one down, which will make it easier for the retake in the 2 versus 3.
Interesting to see. He's gonna go for the save instead, getting past the gun probably to Ember, Make sure you don't lose as much as possible, but from above, not necessarily the best gun to use at long distance. Unable to really complete the kill as Ember and Revan gonna save what they can, to salvage this map or round number 2, I would say. Seems like he might actually get a freebie as well, Ramon. Ember, just from above, could not expect him at all.
Oh, just from the lack of info too, just running with your knife out, not even sure where the last two were going to be sitting at. And that kind of affects like a bit of the economy since they're coming in with no loss bonus. They're not saving one of the A1Ss that they picked up from the previous round. Now they're gonna be forcing themselves on the buy where they're justifying a lot of the AKs that they bought up for themselves, right? But if they do come into this round with Orgless, a mixed buy forced into this round, right? What's going to be the story for Perfectionists if they lose out on the gunfights? We can see that I can see a world where Revan and Ember try to take the proactive positions. But looking at the map right here, Revan is in a position where he wants to take the secret position, possibly play for that garage control, but if they're able to control that red box and try to neutralize his position, then this AK is going to do nothing, especially with a need in space.
Yep, he is really low now. I mean, he could go for another play if he can. He's gonna try and push it to the limit. The flash will be there, but could not find the shots. Transparence. He finds that one. A massive one, actually. And they're looking for more. They have complete control from outside. They do see one more player that jumped. Oh, did he see the pixel? Oh, doesn't matter though. Smiley will be able to at least get one, and they trade things out. McGills will fall down too. Same with Defaulter. Quick and easy work here from Team Perfectionist. And systematic play. No, I feel like they're playing at a different level from yesterday, honestly, Ramon.
Initially, when I looked at the buy coming in for both teams, I really thought that Perfectionists were coming in with on thin ice with their buy. But I looked over at Orgless and I thought they had the unstable buy as well. Possibly even more so compared to the Perfectionist side, since they only had a few pistols in hand. They couldn't actually justify like a full buy. They decided to keep Revan on a position where he has to play proactive, and didn't really work out, which kind of affected the amount of firepower they had into the round. This time they have the op. This time they have a few of the rifles. They can test for some map control, try to fight for that squeaky side, as Smiley will take that first frag. And finally open up the space. Defaulter, he will get that A main defense and deny Orgless from taking squeaking control.
Looks like everybody's starting wide awake right now for the side of Orgless. They can't just give too much rounds on towards Perfections, and I love the util that they've used on outside, making sure they're not going to have that entrance towards Secret. Gonna make it a bit much more harder. Riven, he does have the AWP, hoping to make a play here. Gonna go to the scope, but it takes some time. Just right around the corner, there is a player. That is Allen, taking sweet time, you know, poking the bear with a stick, and will fall down. Did not see where they're coming from, and that is Orgless 5 putting a full stop on a possible momentum from Perfectionist, because let's not forget, the moment you give the momentum Perfectionist and they were able to capitalize, they could definitely take the game out of you. So you would like to stop that momentum as soon as possible, and that is what Orgless 5 has done.
Kind of interesting that they decided to destroy the squeaky door without the nade. They just used the AK to try to destroy it entirely, right? It makes a lot of damage, but it makes a lot of noise in the process as well, making Defaulter a little bit ready to the call to defend that A mid extremity as well. It's the op again, is sounding from Revan, but look at that. That's a scout shot from Hasnain. I've been talking about this guy's opping prowess, and apparently he could do it with any scope weapon. Puts it down towards Revan. And even denying that AWP, it's going to be very awkward for them to take it back if they want to take that to do so. So, early 1-for-0 exchange, and Hasnain with the scout has been doing a lot of damage, especially with Force entering into that aiming extremity now.
Still with the sniper at hand, hoping to find one more if he can, but they're getting picked off one after another. As it does not seem like it will stop anytime soon. Smiley will fall down. It's Transparent, left alone in a 1v2. Has a good understanding that one could be in heaven. Although it seems like Orgless 5 are going to play all together. Maybe this is the moment for Transparent to actually at least get a gun lying down on the dead bodies of his fellow teammates. Gonna go for the peek. The shot! It misses! The nerves, Ramon. That would have been a freebie, but could not find the aim on it.
And the best thing about that for Perfectionist was they were supposed to actually run away with that round entirely, since they only walking in with the Wix buy. They got the first shot through to the AWP, and that's Hasnain getting the scout shot through. And that would have been a good opener for them. It's just enough problems are coming down with Smiley. Even though he took the second kill for the team, the Orglis were prepared to take it out all fronts. They got the secret player going. They also have somebody taking that aim in extremity by force. Now Perfectionists are trying to put the pedal to the metal this time. Mac 10 in hand, transparent. He's the one to actually take the first frag in. Revan tries to hold down from Heaven. And the second, not converted from Clouda. It's as fast and as furious as it takes a 1v1. Z-Falter would be the last player. And he's going to be low on HP. Safe to be said for Hasnain as well. Peeks on and finds the shot again. Orglis, fast and furious. Even though Perfectionists wanted to take it by storm, they could not handle the amount of defensive power that Orglis have been able to put down on the A side itself.
That was a quick one, honestly. I did not expect, Perfectionist decided, let's do a different play here. Let's try and rush towards the side on A and see what they could do. But still being stopped, even if they get the trade-offs here and there, it was still not enough as the follower was able to close things out. And honestly, Orglis 5, it looks like they're showing why they're a team to be watched out for, just on how well and phenomenal they have been playing. Perfectionist, though, still has the opportunity to try things out, see what can work. I mean, just a while ago, them going towards Secret helped them quite a lot in taking control. But because of how well Orglis 5 has been contesting outside, it's so hard, it's so difficult, Ramon.
Yeah. The leader in Defaulter just rallying his troops now. Everybody finding their form in the latter stages of the round as Revan, his AWP, will find impact finally into the round so far. That ramp control will now be prominent thanks to that weapon in hand. And now it falls on to how they control that outside pressure as well. As considering they have the pistols, they will not have the firepower. And Defaulter, he's enjoying every bit of moment with that. Another shot from the AWP, and it all falls crumbling to the hands of Perfectionists as Orglis will steal away the lead. Especially with Defaulter, everybody is coming up online.
Kind of want to see a different play coming from Perfectionists now that they are going to go for a full buy. We've been seeing teams go towards, I guess, ramp, right? Big box, and try to apply pressure there. If things doesn't work out outside, which honestly, you don't want to give that, big information towards Orglis 5 and understanding on your movement, on what you're going to be doing. But at a certain extent, if it's not working, you got to do something else.
Sometimes change is the inevitable thing, and it's the thing that Perfectionists have to face entirely, because now the pace has changed. They already got themselves secret control. They're gonna have to fight up against Defaulter, who has been on one ever since he started the CT half. As he finds one, he does not expect that one is at least gonna be close up on him, while Ember on the other side of things has actually taken control of that ramp aggress.
Perfectionists, they're like sitting ducks here. They used a lot of utilities just to cross by. Other than that, they're stopped at the tracks. If you move there, Revan's just around the corner. He gets a shot from Vance. Easy peasy lemon squeezy from Revan. And you're picking them off. It almost feels like Perfectionists, they just lost that play. Unsure what they're going to do. Forces around the corner. Oh, that was a bit too scary. Too close to comfort. Just around the corner, though. Will he be able to survive? He's just running to the fence. Somebody help me. I'm stuck. As McGill's from above understands if he goes for the peak. Timing! Oh, he did not have the gun. Did not have the proper gun. Will get flashed upon and will be shot. You know where he's gonna be. The no scope is there. Could look for another, but not today. As Alan's just the one remaining. He heard where he's gonna be at, but he's from above. He had the high ground, Ramon. He got
safe plan.
Shots, and he got the plan. And this could be big. 1v2. So close yet so far. Ember to stop him immediately. As Ember just wondering if he's gonna take the gun or not. And yes, he will. Orglis 5. Another round in the bag.
Took his time there too. to actually take control of that heaven spot as well. I mean, you saw the wraparound, and there was the attempt as well for Force. He got the important fragger that was the AWP, and even though actually took his chance as well to take control of that weapon, didn't really amount to much. I think there was a bit of the disparity on what the decision was. There was supposed to be a wraparound from that heaven position a little bit earlier on, but Force deciding to fight it a little too early in that vent spot just made a lot of noise for everybody else on Orgless 5 to respond to the aggress as well. So the pick on Revan was immaculate, but it didn't really amount to much right now. So the 5-3, Orgless 5 catching up yet again, and not only catching up, they're stalking a bunch of the lead that they still have right now and fighting up against the Perfectionists, who again are doing the best case scenario, at least buying up the 5-man AK buy. So far in this matchup, Revan will be primed up, especially knowing that they're still trying to fight up that outside control. A trail of smokes will actually delay them any longer. And with that nade, tries to open up the space, tries to see if he can get himself the angle, but they're already inside secret. It only takes a walk in the park to get themselves that peace sight.
They did the same strategy as last time, hoping to not be sitting ducks yet again. But Gil still able to find, but he looks to the other side. Did not expect another player actually going to be pushing him. As Ember. Oh, he did here. The glass breaking. Gonna go for the spray and pray. Ember finds it. The phenomenal recoil control there. The falter as well. You know, hunting the prey. As Perfectionist. They're gonna check the corner, but could not convert to a kill. Yeah, the trade-off will be there to a 2v2. Possibilities are all up in the air, Ramon. As Orgless 5 could continue their dominance or could falter. Wondering on how well Perfectionists are going to play. And they're not going to know.
He's going to be a little late.
Player outside.
He's late. He's late. He's already from the underground. He has to wrap around from that secret position. Allen is here to try to delay the inevitable, try to delay from them rotating on, as they're both going to come out of aim main, but they have to fight up against Allen. Clears the corner, spots out one. Now 1v2 this time, and Ember, he peeks on, already expecting Allen, but will he expect Smiley on the other side of the hut? Taps the bomb down, tries to see if he can bait a reaction. Peeks on in and gets the V2 clutch. Ember will knock it down. Will he have enough time? Yes, he will. The 6th round for Orgless 5 as the rounds keep piling up.
He read him like a book. He knew where he was going to be coming from and did not even have a care in his mind if he's going to be repositioning at all. And maybe that's, you know, the cracks there on the wall. The side of Perfectionist, unable to do their game plans at all. Maybe being a bit too predictable is what is happening here, Ramon. And Orgless 5. This is 6 rounds in a row. I kid you. 6 rounds in a row. And have yet to falter even once.
Just as we were singing their praises too, Perfectionists had the lead in their eyes. But seemingly that confidence has been destroyed so far. But they can still build it back up. The first half is not done just yet. We're moving to the halfway point. Orgless 5 are priming up their positions. The op angle yet again slated by Revan to try to fight up against the outside pressure. Force will get that first frag in as the IGL fall into the ground. You don't know that secret's already been contested, as Emperor will get the second frag as well. Everybody from Orgless 5 doing all their dirty work, as Perfectionists are going to try their best to take map control, especially with lobby being a little bit too open for Revan, and decides that he wants to take that heaven control.
Honestly, this has been looking really bad for Perfectionists. Everything they throw, the whole kitchen sink, the whole kitchen, it's not working. They ain't cooking. Because Orgless 5, they're grilling them to a crisp. Perfectionists looking for what they can hope for a round, maybe. As wow, okay, he does find one. Could be the opener for the team. Smiley, oh no, he's gonna go outside. That's where Revan is. He misses the shot. Oh no, Revan, he's gonna go run. No, he goes for the repeat. Orgless 5. Maybe they're playing perfection. That's inspiring. left on disbelief. His whole entire team dying. Oh, Ramon, this is looking like the song of Orglis 5, and it's not gonna stop.
Definitely not, man. I mean, we haven't been singing his praise yesterday. Ember showing why he definitely has been stepping up all throughout this Nuke map right here. He gets a lot of the brunt of the work with that first frag in, and Clouda. I mean, this guy has been pretty consistent all throughout the bracket. This guy has been taking multi-frags after multi-frags. Revan hasn't been missing his shots. Everything falling into place for the Orglis 5 members as they all gonna try to defend that A site control. A second frag as well for Perfectionist as they try to navigate around the smokes.
Something different at least, going for the A play. They're really going for the rush and push as much as possible. But we do have eyes from above, the eagle in the sky, hoping to spot one out. Not able to do anything as Allen is getting the kill towards Defaulter. The shots, I could hear it, the AWP has been missing, and getting fired up here, Ember. Able to get the kill towards Force, but Revan's left alone. What can he do with that AWP? Not much to say. Could look for exit frags is more than enough, I guess, for the team. Do as much damage as he can. Could possibly be, but the whiff, it is not there. Perfectionist at least getting a bit more closer and closer as our first half is almost done. Ideally, 7-5 is what they're looking for.
The money situation for Orglis 5 is a little bit volatile now, and the only player that I could see with a positive economy was Ember, who literally donated a few guns to a few of these players. FP9s in hand, Revan back on his AWP, I believe, also from Ember himself. Will this utility work off, as this is a huge investment to put on the shoulders of Revan, so the pressure has to be on him. Has to push on towards Trophy. It's a 3-man Trophy rush, but it does not work out. They get 3 picks in the round, but Revan, this AWP will not do anything except take 2. 1v2 for McGills. Can get the AK upgrade for himself, but he has to chase up against the last 2 from Perfectionists, who are already thinking about their post-plat towards this B site.
Oh, I think they heard him. They already know where he's going to be coming from, but a 1v1s. Oh, that was so close! Allen wouldn't fall! But he finds a
70
shot.
feet.
He survives with a dream to continue in the second half. 2-round differentials here. Orglis 5. I mean, not too shabby considering it was 3-0 in the beginning. But they are able to get the lead, and this all will rely on the sides being switched and how well they can play their pistol rounds. Perfectionist, I would say, honestly, this team alone is a team that's good at defending. Being on the CT is maybe we're going to see where they are going to shine on their systematic plays, on the way they use their utilities. And let's see if they have what it takes. I mean, this is the map that they chose, Ramon. So, you know, losing on that, that's insult to injury.
Yeah. If they were supposed to be comfortable in this map, then I think this is as comfortable as we're going to get from them. Against Orglis, who were slated to be the favorites in this matchup, they have done a good job of keeping up a good fight against them. 1 kit in hand for Allen, and not a lot of util in hand as well. Ember will take that first frag in. That's good news for Orglis. They have already taken control of that secret position. Only a matter of time before they fight up on Vents. They spot 1, but they will ignore him at least. As they get the second frag as well, Ember has opened up the site for his team. That's already the pistol round done, unless Smiley can do heroics in this 1v5, which I believe is impossible. And it is.
I'm just surprised at how well Ember has been playing. Yesterday, I wouldn't say he was, the star player coming from, Orglis 5. Normally, we saw a lot of shine from Clouda, Revan, and Defaulter McGills. And Ember was always the guy struggling. Yes, he was actually struggling getting a lot of frags. But this time around, he's leading the board. He's leading the team, holding the flag. And, giving the motivation, guys, we got this. No sweat. 17 frags already on Ember's name. I don't think you're going to be able to stop this, man.
20-5. Gonna be the pistol round again for Perfectionists. Don't have a lot of money to justify any sort of force buy this time around, especially knowing that they didn't take as many guns into the next coming round. So Smiley will fall as expected from them. He's second as well for Revan. He expected the secret push out for Force, as he knew that they weren't going to give up that outside control as easily as that. A bit of a tag over to Defaulter, and exchange bullets over to Transparent as well, who's down to 4 HP. They're not risking to use the Snade any longer towards Squeaky, as they know. And it will just damage up over to Defaulter as he opens up the door, and an opportunity to take that A side without a hitch.
A flawless round victory coming from Orgless 5, and honestly, I don't know. It seems like Perfectionists, they're struggling just on how well Orgless 5 has been playing. Everybody on their end has been applying pressure on Perfectionists, and they just can't find a foothold of things. Now that they are going to go in the bye round, this is where it rain or shine. You got to make it work, because if you don't, you're just going to be in a situation you don't want to be in. And that's being on a forced eco again into more rounds coming from Orgless, to the point where they can actually just take the game under their name. Still though, Defaulter with a Galil, I believe, looking around. Oh wait, that's an AK, is it? Yeah, it is. Hoping to find pickups if he can.
He has the Galil, and the only thing that he has to do is to try to keep up that pressure on outside. That red box being his only domain, and trying to force the Garage player to try to bait out a reaction, try to bait out his rotation as well, and see if he can try to have the Silo player be in a position to take the frag for him, but it's all for nothing just yet. We're giving them the time of day so far, as Perfectionists are relying on their sturdy defense on the A side. A bunch of players on Heaven, a few of them also controlling that squeaky door itself as well. So Clouda has to be careful to push on in, because he knows that there is going to be a molly once you open that squeaky door up inside the site. The Defaulter wants to play around the smokes and Force. He has to play proactive.
Oh, I think he's going to be able to find where Defaulter is. Defaulter! Oh, I was going to go 180 swing for the kill, but never mind. Forcer stops them at the track Allen. They have the complete control on A side. That's not where you're going to hit, buddy.
Wow.
The entire squad is here, other than Hussein, who is in towards B side. Holding the door. I think he's going to be here. A lot of footsteps could catch them off guard. Oh, he made some noise. Now they know. He's going to go for the peak, though. You do want to go for the plan. He's unsure. And who to aim? He sees a lot of heads popping out, but he does get the kill towards Clouda. Now through the smoke, 4 sprays, hoping to get the kill. But Emperor, no, he's left alone. He's not going to be able to really defend the C4. Perfectionist had a great call, understood the play coming from Orgless 5. He had a full stack there, Ramon.
Just 2 people wrapped up on Heaven. Just every single entry point was covered whenever they wanted to take that A side, right? Squeaky door being one of those entry points that they want to can take, right? But because Defaulter didn't have a very reliable gun, only having the Galil, no util in hand as well, he cannot supply the molly for the guy holding up that top hut. And he can't be the guy pushing up on that hut position, or that main position as well, because simply put, they don't have that outside control that they were trying to look for. Orgless, in this regard, didn't have the timing, the coordination to take that A site, so when they relegated themselves back onto the B site, he just could not contend with the numbers advantage. Now, they're sending so many people back on outside just to see if they can get secret this time around, and they are going to give that space up just to see if they can have the defense. And look at Hasnain. His homework is going to have to do everything for him, but Ember, he's fully confident to take the fight over to Force. He could not handle the pressure at all. Secret already controlled by everybody on Orgless. And Hasnain, the only anchor inside of the side, but he's in the perfect spot to contest this.
Hasnain, the pressure is on, but he is hiding. I don't think they're going to be able to spot him out quickly. The element of surprise will be there, but it just took them long. It took too damn long, Ramon. If he was able to, get the kill immediately, maybe he could have gotten more. That's the damage. It's not stopping Orgless 5. They're looking for the finds. They're getting the kills. How could he just let it slip that quickly? Perfectionist. What can you do with just bang from outside? trying to save the gun. I mean, that's the only play you can have. And that's not necessarily the best, you know? I mean, you kind of wanted to win the round, but now you're putting yourself in a hard position again. Now they know where he's going to be at, and I believe the hunting dogs are going to be coming out. Or they're going to let him be, could possibly, as he is going to hide on towards the T side.
I mean, he doesn't really need to do much anyways. He doesn't have the time of day. He doesn't have the money to try to justify another duel, so he will just save up that gun. What a display of dominance, especially for Clouda, who really was, at the end of the day, the lurker. And knowing that Orgless have been forcing the fight to them, he decides to play the same roles that he has been playing on the Vertigo map yesterday, where he is the late lurker. He's the guy that they need to think about in the later stages of the round. He's not the fire starter, but he's the one who tries to start the fire very late into the round, where now he pops in towards that ramps control and surprises at least two of those players, where I have no idea how he dry peaked and got to there. The Orgless are now putting a lot of that pressure over to Perfectionists, who don't have the best guns, and Allen, he's not going to be at the best of times, gets another shot through. And with the dual cams as well, you can see the defaulter, well, he's chilling. He's not going to be here, but at least Perfectionists are still up 4 versus 4. Make that one.
Could possibly still be Revan left alone. Could be the guy to stop them at their tracks, but isn't going to be so. You know, Perfection at least puts a stop on towards things. Orgless 5. So fine and dandy with the amount of rounds they have accumulated so far. Economy-wise, not looking that ideal in their end. As we finally see in AWP being purchased. Force having the AWP? Was he the guy using the AWP yesterday?
No, that was Hasnain all throughout, man. So this is a new flavor into the mix. So will Force get himself value from that AWP? Now he's relegated himself into that ramps control. And he's playing a very passive angle. He's not the one who wants to take the first fight in as he hits the shot. Apparently this guy has been a secret agent. He has been picking up this weapon now. And he's doing wonders with it. 2 picks, in fact, over to Orgless. And he decides to hold up that space. A second shot from Force. This guy is not missing any shots. Another shot through again for McGills, but Smiley is here. And he's able to defend himself over to the B side as well. A 4v1. And where will he go? He's trapped. And I don't know if he can run from the danger of 4 players trying to hunt onto him. It's only a matter of time, and they know where he's going to be. He even needs a nade of fully investing that damage over to his side. So he will try to fight off at least one of them, but Transparent knows. He smells him over to that ramps position. 8-10. This time, Perfectionist bounced back after a strong start for Orbius and what could have been another set of rounds for them.
Orbius, without having money in the bank, could be, you know, the opportunity for Perfection to ramp up more rounds under their name. But we've seen, I guess that was the first qualifier we've seen crazy plays on the pistols during an eco where somehow, some way they do win it. But history has not been repeating itself during the other qualifiers, so let's see how well they could do with a Deagle as Revens snaps that head off from S9. He falls down, goes for the P, could look for more. Allen is next to the target list, but Transparent answers back. The combo between these two, absolutely perfect. Zorgless 5 could already end the round and think about the next on their next buy. Because honestly, I don't know how you're gonna win this one out with 2 pistols.
Yeah, and it's the Glocks too. It's not even the Deagles anymore, so they don't have the one-shot potential. And I think at this point, even though you know that it's a round where you're fighting up against the ecos, you're going to be happy to take the kills anyway. Pad the stats, boost your confidence. 20 kills for Allen, 9 on Transparent. The 2 of them, they actually were eager to take the fights very early on over to the outside position. That's after the one tap from Revenue. In my eyes, has been, I'd say, the quiet hero all throughout for the Orgles 5 players on the C side so far. He's been hitting the shots from the AWP early on in the CT side. But now he has to hit a lot more than just one taps. He has to hit the good calls, see if they can get themselves the opening. At least the only thing that they can hope for is Overwhelmed Transparent, who will get one over to Clouda and he'll possibly get the second. Yep, Transparent will get the second frag as well, so that hits him up to double digits right now. And it will be 9-10 for Perfectionist this time. A lot of money, a lot of cash. Utility already on a high for Perfectionist so far. And it's not a question of if they're trailing up right now, guys. That literally is the reality we're living in.
It's getting closer and closer towards Perfectionist. Maybe they make another upset that we did not see coming. Perfection being the underdogs, it's a David versus Goliath type of thing here, where somehow, some way, they figure out on how to take the opportunity to get those kills, to get those rounds. This time around, though, Orgles 5 are more cautious on how they're playing.
Defaulter with that opening shot yet again, and Revan will take the second. This is where Perfectionists have been trying to do something proactive, but Orgles have been punishing them every single time. The entries have been on point. The damage has been done as well. Revan with that 1v1 against Allen, who loses the fight to the red box player. And it's been flawless so far, especially with a force, a sitting duck, and a shot all the way from the lobby control. But in the end, McGills will be here to trade it off. And we'll be here to hit that 11th round for Orgles 5. It's been all good on the T-side defense so far. As you could say that Orgles 5 are back in business, ladies and gentlemen. Took them a while. But now they're here to remind us that in these sorts of scenarios, you can't really take the fight to them unless you're prepared. But in this scenario, they were more than prepared against Perfectionists.
I think we're going to be seeing another hit towards A as there are starting things up yet again. As the door is wide open. Going to go for the peak. Smiley, ooh, he does find it. Same with Force, getting the kill towards Defaulter. So this is going to stop them at their tracks. Not going to give them a chance to overtake them. Other than his 9 falling down. And Emperor, I love the positioning. He's holding. He's waiting to hear them. And he does show up. Bullets all around. Force going to be pushed back. Under fire. Under siege. Perfectionist. It was looking good. But could slip in towards their fingertips. Is Revan again. He finds a shot. Confirms the kill. There's only 2 players remaining. Smiley on towards fence. Just parent from above. They're playing slow, but it still doesn't matter. They're setting things up on B.
Keep your eyes on Transparent right now. This guy is in the position where he could stop everything. Same could be said as well for Smiley. They're making a lot of noise to take themselves that B-side control of, but it's all on how they're going to plant the bomb now. Will it be open or will it be closed? Smiley will at least equalize the numbers now. And the Molly perfectly placed as well. Now he has to push in. He expects it. A double for Smiley right now. 2v1. Emperor has been on a heater, but he could not convert against Transparent. The op will be saved into the next coming round. And all that effort, all thrown to nothing. Orgles, in an attempt to take that outside control, and the attempt at taking the numbers advantage as well, thrown out to the wayside. All converted by smart positioning from Smiley and his util, the Molly, forcing the fight against the player on that Windows position. I mean, there were a lot of opportunities for Orgles 5 to take map control. Revan towards that Locker's position would have been everything for them, but they overcooked. They took the fight a little too early on. And when it came down to the duels, in these sort of positionings, Perfectionists were just too heavy on the mark.
To a certain extent, you gotta understand, sometimes the shot calls, it just doesn't work. Yet again, Smiley with a positioning here. Hoping to see another shot. Force getting the kill towards Revan. Oh, it's getting closer to an 11-11. A big surprise. Those Perfectionists, they're holding their gears like the fort that they have. Making sure they can stop them at that truck. But still, from above, Transparent He's looking, eyes like a hawk. Knows that the moment he go for the push, it's gonna be big, and they gotta put a full stop on it.
They got to. And they have to think about the positioning, since I believe in a lot of their A executes, they haven't really noted the Heaven players yet. And Smiley's gonna have to be careful. This guy on a high note has to be everything for him, but Ember, he expects it. A nice flash! Supported by Cloud in his positioning as well. The 2 picks opening the site itself, and Orgless Fight could get match point off of this beautiful execute. But Alan has something to say about that as well, JT.
Yeah, I love it. They were able to get a kill. Quick and easy work. Shoots one, immediately runs out, getting ready for the flash play, and then go for the big double flash. But will not be able to convert it to a kill. Eyes of the Hawk. The Eagle in the sky. Allen, he finds one. Forwards with an AWP, but misses the shot. McGills is still alive. He will still. But Allen, he answers back. McGills doesn't have the gun that will do wonders, but he's able to buy some time. Reloads it. Holds a position, but he knows the read is there. The shot won't fire. No, Allen. He doesn't take the shot. Orgless 5 match point. Perfectionist. It was there. It was in their hands. But it just slipped away.
Oh man, Force is gonna be eating himself from that scenario itself. He had three shots missed towards McGills, who had the MAC-10. Hits the headshot over to the upper, and then it converts on. Jump peaks, tries to go back, but when he knew it was too late, he goes back to see if he could get the 180 shot as well. And when it came down to the absolute numbers, McGill's cool, calm, and collected in a scenario where normally someone would be panicking, and that they get themselves 2 picks as well. Perfectionists, they don't want to go down without a fight right now, as they want to take the fight to the 4v3 with McGill taking another shot again. Match point so far for Orgless 5, and with these picks, it's either an extension of play, but it's like Orgless 5 still have outside control, and with that, could mean anything at this point.
The shots have been fired, driven from outside. Did not expect them. Going for a sandwich maneuver. Still, they have control of the side. Right around the corner, though, that's where Transparent is. He's got to, get more time, buy some time for his team to come. And they're here. They're ready to get the kill towards McGills. Possibly Ramon. This could be history in the making that we would ever see an overtime, because we have never seen that in the qualifiers.
Not yet. Not at this one, at least right now. 11-12. And Orgless, they are losing their momentum this time, especially with surprise picks, especially from how they have been performing with the double flank right here. This was something that we actually never catched on, because Allen only caught up to them when they were hesitating to take that red box control. Sometimes in those scenarios, you can't hesitate because you're giving your opponent that much time and space to take the fight to you right now. A force to be reckoned with that AWP from ramp.
He misses it.
Already expected from his position. Now he has to fall back from that bench position right now, and knows that they have to respond to this. So Hasnain, he peeks onto 5 people peeking onto him. Cloudo will pick up the first. As at least Orgless, they got control over that Heaven spot. Now they have to go back towards the A side itself.
This eco somehow, or the force buy, making things work for Orgless 5. They play with numbers, and it's working, but they're taking their sweet time. Do they know? Smiley, he's looking. He understands what's going to happen. This could be big. Mowing him down if he can. He tags him a lot, but could not convert to a kill. Ramon, it looks like almost Orgless 5 take it away. Could you imagine? This is how it ends. Say it ain't so. The shots have been fired though. Allen and Force, they're answering back. They're not giving up. C4 is planted though. Oh, this could be big from above. Clouda, he does it. Orgless 5 could have been an overtime, but he said no, not today.
Go on. You wanted to say something else? Felt like you had an ending.
Not today.
Yeah.
No, not today.
But that was one crazy match. Honestly, like, shout out to both teams for giving us such a crazy map, and shout out to me also for the correct prediction there. because I did predict 13-11 for. Yeah, so yeah, I'm beating you guys in this game. But that was really a crazy matchup. I think in the beginning we saw some strong lead coming from Perfectionist, and then a comeback, and then it just went back and forth up until 7-round lead on the CT side, which wasn't really comfortable for Orgless 5. And there was so many clutches that they lost, and I feel like that hurt them badly when it comes to Perfectionist. Ramon, how would you break down that map for us?
Okay, to start with, I mean, we already mentioned a few of the main points, so I kind of want to put out a bit of what was obvious right now. There was a lot of open opportunities for the Perfectionist side to actually get themselves a winning lead here, which would not have made it this close. And I mean, so many times they would have actually gotten themselves a better first half, and that would have been everything, especially with a lot of your star players actually popping off. You can see that I believe it was Defaulter who was doing a lot of good work over at that aiming position. And if he kept himself consistently there, then he would have found impact. But he was neutralized time and time again after they found out his position. They found a lot of outside pressure towards their T side as well. And when it came down to the second half as well, you could see that there was a lot of struggle into holding down that secret position. And a lot of times that they attempted to peek on from that side of the map, it was either a silo player who was countering him or a good nade that was faltering any sort of attempt from them. So that converted into rounds where they were able to catch up to them over at that ramps position and secret, which kind of ultimately led into a snowball where now you saw Orgless finally have confidence that 4-man push over heaven was something that Perfectionist never expected at all.
So what went wrong, JT, for Perfectionist? It felt like they were coming back, they were almost winning, and then suddenly they just lost. So what was that turning point for Perfectionist, and what made Orgless 5 get into that spirit of, okay guys, we're not losing this, we got this, especially that they were on the T side?
Honestly, I would always think that when Perfection plays, they are very CT well dependent type of team, that they really play well on holding his side. But for some reason, they could not get their shots. I mean, let's not forget, was it Force who tried to get that AWP? And that could have been that crucial one, because if he was able to get that kill, it would have already set things up for them to win map number 1. But he missed those 3 crucial shots, and using these shots, I feel like is the overall story for the entirety of Perfectionist, because so many times they had, the advantage, the Beaker's advantage, they already had the angle, but they're just not able to convert it into kills. They're not able to convert that into rounds being won. And I think that's where they've been struggling. Yes, you have the plan, but the question is, do you have the skill to get those shots when it matters? And that's what's been falling short in their end. And the thing is, when Orgless 5 understands your weakness, they will capitalize. They understood when Force had that AWP on towards ramp, he could not do anything. He could not hold that at all. Once he misses that shot, it's done. They're in complete control.
So do you believe it was a lack of experience in maybe reaching semifinals in tournaments that led to some pressure moments, like that AWP moment, for example? Do you believe that was a factor here?
Could possibly. Honestly, the nerves are there, right? You're being casted on towards the playoffs. You're very close. All you need is this win, and if you get the grand finals, you're already qualified, right? You already have it set in stone that you're going to be going to playoffs, and this is how much it matters the most. Although I was a bit surprised to see Perfectionists play well, because normally they don't do good in the first map, but they really brought it through the distance. We almost had the first ever overtime in GG League, and that would have been amazing. But still, Orgless 5 is always the team to watch out for, just because they're the calm, cool, and collected. And I feel like that's what Perfectionists need. They need to be calm, they need to be collected, and hit those shots. Because even if they're shooting from behind, catching the enemy off guard, they're still missing those shots, and you can't have that.
And now we're going into Anubis, which is the map pick of Orgless 5. And it came as a shocker to me, because they picked this map even though last night they almost had lost it against Spawn. I remember it was 8-1 at some point, and then they got 4 rounds, and then they actually, when they switched, they managed to win 13-9. So it's a bit scary when it comes to the performance of Orgless 5 on Anubis. We don't have much information on Perfectionist on Anubis, but given the history and the the performance of Orgless 5 on this map, do you feel like, Ramon, do you feel like they're gonna comfortably win this, or do you see actually Perfectionist winning this?
Look, they already showed signs that they were getting burnt out when the competition was getting a little bit tougher at the start of the game. So if, in my eyes, in the playstyle that they've been showing from the Vertigo game that we saw yesterday and how they perform now, I think if they're able to get some creative things going, like the push out from the water side and possibly some strong mid control as well from players like Clouda from them, I would really love to see that come out. I think it's something that Orgless 5 like to pull out every single time as well. Those proactive defenses, if they are going to start on the CT side, I'm just looking out for a good opening from them entirely, because I was really surprised that they kind of slowed down when we opened up the previous map. But in my eyes, I still do believe that Orgless will find themselves a leg up in the matchup right here, since we already saw them perform. And I feel like yesterday they took a bit of a break going into this game, and I think they're going to be prepared and have a cleaner game compared to yesterday.
And JT, this is the map pick of Orgless 5, right? And then Perfectionist had the option of choosing the side, and they went for the T side, even though, last night we saw how team Orgless 5 struggled on the T side, mainly meaning that their T side was probably a bit weaker. So I'm not sure if Perfectionist didn't do their homework or they actually prefer to play on the T side. But what do you think of that decision? Do you think that's a good move there by Perfectionist?
Honestly, I just love seeing their CT side, just on how well they are able to execute things. And I was hoping they're going to take CT because, right, like we all talked about, if you are able to execute and really stick to the game and get that rounds won, because they did show signs of brilliance in map 1 with 3-0, but then they lost it out of nowhere, just on how well Orgless 5 is able to pick off the weaknesses the moment you're able to stop them at the tracks. So if I would say if they get CT, that would have been way better, because it set things up, right, for the team for victory. You get as much rounds as you can. And we did see yesterday, like you talked about, the Orgless 5 went 8-1. They were losing. They were only just able to come back. But if you give it to a team, like them, then it's going to be much more difficult. And this is what Team Perfectionists need. So I don't know. Honestly, I just see them as a really strong CT team. But when it comes to the T side, it feels like they kind of shamble into pieces on how hard it is to execute. It feels like it's so hard for them to figure out what works and what doesn't.
And continuing on that point on figuring out, what to do and so on, Ramon, in order for Perfectionists to win this map, what do they have to do?
I think they don't have to play scared anymore. I think we already saw glimpses of that and how they kind of got a little bit more comfortable in the broadcast. They needed a little bit more time, and we were kind of surprised that they were very hard from the start of the game. So I think if we already saw Alan be the one leading the charge right now, but in this particular game, in this particular series, it wasn't just Alan who actually picked up a lot of the pieces right here. So something where the core is actually stepping up, something that them actually taking the proactive decisions. If they're going to be going on the T side right here, I really want to see them perform in that regard. I want to see them take the fights to them, get pop flashes early, get double peaks on early as well. Expect that Orgless 5 are not going to give up the space that easily. So, in my experience, I think in that sort of regard, I don't want them to play scared. I want them to actually fight them head on.
Right, so it's a matter of, I think this is where experience comes to play, to be confident, to play your game, and to forget about the first map and move on. These are things that you get with time. And we believe, I think we have more than a minute until the start of the game. And for you, JT, I mean, for Orgless 5, they're starting on the CT side. Yesterday, they had a very solid CT side. On Nuke, their CT side wasn't that great. I mean, 7-5 is not a good score when it comes to the CT side of Nuke. Do you believe that if they lost the first round and they lost the first buy round, so they're down 4-0 maybe, Do you believe there's still room for a comeback for Orgless 5, or are we gonna see them struggle against Perfectionist?
Well, to be honest, I felt like that was Orgless 5's map to lose. If only Perfections were able to play their game and get their shots, things would have been different. But losing those crucial shots really bit them down. Honestly, if they go to sleep later and they get eliminated, they're gonna be thinking about, how did I miss those shots? Those are easy shots. I knew where he was coming from. You know, it's gonna really bite you back. And then going through this map number, you have to be like, listen, guys, we were shaky. Let's play something different. And I feel like if Orgless 5 can really do what they need to be done, then we would see a different side of things on Perfectionist.
All right, so we have 10 seconds, quick prediction, and I'll leave the mic to you guys.
10-4. 13-4 Orgless.
I would say 13-10 Perfectionist. I'm not giving up.
Okay, I'll say Orgless 13-8. Enjoy, guys.
That's interesting. We're not gonna give up on the underdogs here, Ramon. It's the Cinderella story, and I'm believing with my copium as they are gonna go for a rush play on towards the B side. Why are we looking at Chicken? Because they're fighting right now in right our very eyes as they're looking to mow them down towards the B side. Complete in control, total mayhem. That's Perfectionist. What on earth is happening? They're taking the side back. Never mind, Orgless 5. Through the smoke, through the fire, they're making things work. Insane. The trade-offs, they're there. 1v1, Allen and Ember. Seeing two sides of Allen, but it doesn't matter. One shot is all it takes as Ember answers back. That was a 4v2, Ramon.
And thanks to Revan equalizing the numbers, just being the difference maker for the team. Isolating each pick, gets a 2-tap from 2 players as well. Literally his USP. Being the hero of Orgless 5 right now, giving the site up for Perfectionist, not the ideal plan, but when it came down to the moments where it mattered the most, Revan, entirely quiet from that previous game, now showing up in that pistol round. Man, oh man, in that post plant, they really needed everything to work out in their favor. And again, the Chicken makes an appearance this time around, but in this regard, Orgless gonna be happy to take that first frag. And Clouda almost stepping up to get that first blood in, but could not hit the shot again. Molly in hand knows that there's gonna be a split coming up as well, so this connector play, this has to work. But it's not. Transparent will take that first frag yet again. Revan will have to sing the praises of him yet this time. It's a force buy as well for them as well. Mac 10s doing all the difference in the world, but a second frag, a third for Transparent right now. Perfectionists are stealing the round away.
You can't count out Ember yet. This guy has been playing phenomenal. Could be the guy to stop them at the tracks, but an upgrade coming from Transparent, who, by the way, has been their entry fragger and taking towards the side, and they're able to stop again. Transparent, another, body bag on the wards of floor, as they're already currently 6 frags in only round number 2. This force buy from Perfections, it did wonders just on how well they can execute their plan, Ramon. Being able to enter towards connector, going for the B split push, they're mowing them down by numbers. And that firepower is just too much for Orgless 5 to handle.
And that's giving them a false sense of security as well. I think they were surprised that they bought the Mac 10s, but they forgot that it was a very close round for them, so it was a faulty sense of security for Orgless to rely on their utility to stop them in the tracks, but they could not stop at all. They were a freight train that ran them over in that defense on the B side itself. Naega has Nain. He's holding the line, but Revan, he was ready for it. Headshot in. And could get himself the upgrade, but decides to relegate himself back to the site as Allen, despite getting blinded, will also open up the map. And finally could get the second as well, as the A1Ss are benefiting from this exchange. 2-for-1s in favor of Perfectionists.
These pistols are still deadly though for Orgless 5. They're able to at least, get the dink on towards Allen, where you rather low could possibly die, but they're just baiting the time as they're setting things up towards the ace side. And who's there? It's Ember. Eyes on the prize, but not looking at the right side. It is on towards mid instead, and A is up for the taking. It's gonna be a bit difficult for Orglis 5 here to answer back, but they're moving backwards. Force 5 is gonna look at the same time. Transparent with a bang! This guy's unstoppable, Ramon. He says he wants to get this done and dusted on the T side. Out for blood and even the nade? He absolutely perfect from Perfectionist.
And Transparent with 9 kills, 3 rounds in. This guy is on a hype train right now, and he is the conductor of what is an orchestra of frags for the Perfectionist side. And how well they're able to hold the extremities right here, expecting that since they have the lower guns, they want to take the proactive fights to them. Allen being the perfect guy to guard that main control, and yet again, Transparent. He could be a basketball player, all things considered. If Counter-Strike doesn't work out, because that was a perfect 3-pointer. So cap off that last round. Hasnain will entry on with a second frag. A third for Hasnain. This guy's on one right now. As it's left all alone to Revan. And he only has a pistol because of how close these rounds have been coming from them. 4v1. And that USP, I think it's going to be an impossible dream.
It's a dream that will never come true here. Perfectionist. Showing why they are a strong, formidable team. The shot have been found. And again, Transparent. 11 frags, Ramon. 11. Double digits. In only 4 rounds. This guy has been a monster in the server. And nobody can stop him at all.
He was... Let me remind you that this guy was the level 9 and literally one of the lowest rated players in terms of elo, and face it. I think the sneaky rule is about to get thrown out the window. Because now, he's putting up a lot of numbers. This guy has been hitting the range, and he is on a winning streak right now. 3-1 in favor of Perfectionist right now. Perfect nade. We'll soften up a few, but it does not hit the mark right now. They expected the smoke over to the mid side itself, but the mid side wasn't even the call for them. It is on the way towards the A-mid extremity, where Ember is going to be under a lot of scrutiny here.
I do love Revan already getting set up on towards A. Maybe they have an inkling and understanding of where they're going to be coming from. But the smoke, it is going to dissipate with the nade. As he's going to push forward, Emperor with a spray. He gets one, could get two. Sadly, not enough. Revan answers back, but the answer is not there. Cancelled instead. Perfectionist. They're getting the kills. They're getting the frag, but Stain! The recoil control! It betrays him. Oh, the bounce back though from behind. He's stuck in 2 corners. Can he answer back? No, he cannot. McGills with the lurk from behind. Caught them off guard, and Orglis 5 puts a stop on things here.
Why does this feel so familiar? Why does it feel like every single Orglis game they lose out on a couple of rounds and then they build themselves back up? They're only gonna need one more to trail behind. And it's McGill's. Time and time again, this guy has always been the flanker for the team. And he has done yet again a perfect flank to find themselves another cap top round to the 2-3 scoreline. The CT half is looking pretty good so far, as they're bouncing back from what is an abysmal start to their Anubis CT side. And Orglis 5 are going to be happy to take the fight yet again. Smokes on in it again towards B main. Another point of util. The Molly to stop them within their tracks to take that mid-side control as well. McGill's taking that first frag in. A second again for Revan as Orglis 5 are playing the proactive game. And it's stepping up for Allen to try to take the space for the team. But that smoke's doing a lot of damage, a lot of cover, making him hesitate to peek on forward. And McGill's, the connector guy, will always be good for one at least.
You're hoping to do a beast play, but losing the numbers immediately, it does not do them any favors. Transparent by his lonesome. I don't know, it's gonna be too difficult of an ask for him to try and clutch this one out. He does get the kill towards Revan. He gets another. McGills will fall down. He could look for more. That's where Ember's gonna be at. Ready for the peak. The shot is so close, but yet so far. Orglis 5, 3 for 3. Perfectionist put too much pressure on the star player from Transparent. I mean, we were talking about face levels. Like I said yesterday, it doesn't matter. Because this guy He has his eyes on the prize, but one player is not enough. Everybody has to step up.
Gill's the connector player. And even through the smoke, he takes 2 of those frags, and it almost seemed like he expected them. This guy has been funneled up with util from the other side, but he does not care at all. Finding a lot of priority, and again, the shot over to the mid side, just opening up the space for Perfectionist. It is an MP9 that opens up the space yet again. A lot of scrutiny again for Clouda as he picks up 2 from the spray. Almost a collateral as well from Ember. But it's a good thing that Force was ready for the call, but Clouda has been hitting these shots, and he's hitting them time and time again. Orgless claiming the 5th round. The same Cinderella story from how they have performed from that Nuke map, literally from 3-0. They find themselves back up to 4-3.
They got pinched too much. They didn't really know where to look or where to push. They're just falling down. I felt like they needed a guy to command them to go only towards this side and watch their backs, but could only do so much. Organs 5. History repeating itself here as they're setting up a lead as of the moment. Still, we have yet to see any signs of brilliance other than transparency. As S9, he will fall down and die. Losing that number advantage already. He goes for the push to falter. He walks by, says hello and goodbye. Orgus 5 showing why they're their better team, but still Perfectionist could come back, but I feel like they're slowing down too much.
The reason why Gillis is not holding the long angles because he's holding this close. And if Transparent is not careful, then he has to flick on him. He takes a little bit too far. And the second frag comes in. A hit shot again from Revan as Cloud is at the right place at the right time. Time and time again, Cloud has been performing at a top level. And in the timing department, this guy hasn't been whiffing any sort of timing at all. Orgless 5 rounds in yet again. A Perfectionist. I was about to mention that they needed to cap off the connector player first because there was opportunity for McGill's. But he actually decides to peek on, not even holding that position anymore. Revan was a little bit too busy playing around the smoke, playing around the timing yet again. But it looks like the connector player wasn't even needed in that regard. Just literally the short, long angle setup as well was already accounted for the Org side. That B defense looking pretty stellar on this regard so far.
I'm like wondering what can Perfectionists do. Honestly, they did really well during their B-split pushes. And you want to try and do that again, but you can't have your players get picked off immediately because when that happens, you just lose the swarm that you always want to do just because. Meanwhile, they falter. Will go for the push. I love the aggressive play here. He understands he could do a lot of damage. He will fall down, but still, damage has been done. Saint ain't so. Perfectionist. They're getting slaughtered one by one. And they're looking for more. Could not do a single damn thing. As it's going 6-3. Like you said, it's Eureka again. It's happening.
There's a certain term for this, JT. I believe it's called deja vu. Have I been in this situation before? Because it feels too damn familiar.
Unbelievable. 6-3. Are we gonna end the same way? 7-5?
That's gonna be interesting. 6 rounds in a row. The push on yet again for McGills. He's not the connector player anymore. He wants to drop from water. McGills, this guy is ballsy. He wants to take the second. And he is successful. Allen and Forrest, they never expected him to be the guy to take the proactive force. Revan with the shot yet again. And the ops singing in his hands. Singing to find themselves a kill. Perfectionists. A little hesitant on the play. And now they're fish under the barrel. The Transparent, he has other plans. He doesn't get himself one over to Ember. Extinguishing the flame, extinguishing the fire. Clouda will finally deal with him. And when the 1v4 has Nain, the IGL has to step up when they need him. But so far, it hasn't been working out.
I don't know. I feels like they're out of gas right now from the side of Perfectionist. Even the shots, they just don't connect, Ramon. The pressure, maybe it's too much for them to handle. Coming from Orgless 5, they're getting overwhelmed on how they're playing. They're getting off guard. McGill's just jumps through middle, goes to water, finds Stu even while flashed. Revan finds him set of kills as well. Honestly, Perfectionist. We saw them do so well earlier on, and after that, it feels like the car ain't moving anymore.
Yeah, the gas is drained as the fights head on. The craziest thing about McGill's is that he dropped to the waterfall after the flash pops in. Clouda takes the first pick off, and McGill's is doing it yet again. The connector player stepping up as Transparent will sit down. A second frag for McGill's as everybody from Perfectionist could not handle the pressure any longer. A flawless round for Orgless, keeping all the guns, all the money. 10Ks after 10Ks. McGill's, Revan, and Clouda are rich by the money.
At this point on, you're just gonna hope to get 8 and 4. Because Perfectionist, I would say they do play really well on their CT. But losing like this in the first half with your hopes getting crushed, that could even come alongside them. In other words, their mentality on the second half as well. So, honestly, it almost feels like a lose-lose situation. But you still gotta make do with what they have. It's do or die, Ramon. This is tournament life. If you want to qualify, you gotta make it do. You gotta do good. As Revan already takes them down again. Revan, the unstoppable monster. 2 kills already, and they're just picking them easily. Oh no, Hassan, he's left alone. The IGL blinded. They're just rushing him, but he will give respect as respect is due. Nonetheless, 9-3. Orgless 5 playing in absolute perfection. Meanwhile, Perfectionist, I feel like they're scared. The fear in their eyes, in their hearts, in their minds, it's there. And it's not gone away yet.
I would be surprised if you actually saw the fear in their eyes. Because we can't actually see them. They don't have player cams,
the character models,
so we can't really prove that. That's true. So you can see the player, you can see the eyes through the player cam, no, not the player cams, the models itself. Okay, I could see that from happening. It also reflects from their style of play as well. They're hesitating. They're giving the space up yet against Orgless. Now they have to swap sides. This time, any sort of passive play is not going to be the best of ways. Cloud has already found himself over to the connector side, while Perfectionist is still setting up their defense on B. A triple stack, but it's a stack that cannot handle the pressure. Clouda already finds himself one. Smiley, he is not only the first frag, but the second as well. Force will open up the site into the A side as well. As Orgless are fighting on all fronts right now, surprising at every turn and taking Perfectionist by the brunt. That is a 10th round, double digits for Orgless on their T side. And JT, I gotta say, this is a cleaner game, and it really is a map pick for Orgless, because my god, this is literally night and day compared to their Anubis yesterday.
Probably did a couple of VOD reviews, try to understand what was being abused and what was lacking. Orgless 5, they're just playing through their hearts out, getting by with the broom, with the stick, and sweeping on Perfectionist. Perfectionist could not do anything. They're going to go for a push. They're going to go aggressive, but we'll be able to find out the spray. Is it there? The recall? Could not convert it, but they're going to be able to get more. You have B side up and open. Guesses from above. It's Emperor on bridge, but could not connect. Some more kills. Oh, they're losing it on the side. Defaulter says, Gonna catch them by surprise. Those Orgless 5 could have lost it all. But 3-11. 2 more rounds is all it takes to say goodbye and goodnight, to get that qualifying spot towards the playoffs.
I love the communication between Defaulter and Ember, because then he supplied the communication to Defaulter that they were still pushing up on that water position right now. And it was a 50-50 split decision if Defaulter was going to hold this or if he was going to wait for the timing for them to cross the water position. Once McGill's died, that's when the decision was made for him. Was in the double peak, wasn't even expecting his position at all. Revan dropped from the waterfall spot, and now he's inside of that connector spot. Ember and McGill's, he's opening up the site. He gets two through the smoke as well. And you can see that Orglis are not only comfortable in the Anubis map, but they're taking it all away from Perfectionists. Match point as easy as that. 12-13. And without money, without anything for Perfectionists in the back right here. I don't see a world where they can crawl out of the hole that they're forced into by Orglis 5.
It's just so hard and heartbreaking for Perfectionists. They always have a good start. After that, they lose it. And when they lose it, it feels like Orglis 5 just figured them out like a book. They understand their position. They understand where they're going to be coming from. And it feels like the entire force they can't even handle. As Revan, he finds they go through the smoke. They're looking for more. They're able to tag down them quite a bit. As Smiley and Force will fall down transparent. Will he be the savior for the team for them to see another round? It could possibly be. But the dreams is slowly slipping away here, Ramon. Transparent gotta go for the peak and he's dead! He's all alone, and honestly, at this point on, with the gun you have in your hand, what can you do?
His positioning is also expected as well. They smoked off the only entry point that he could be coming from right now. All eyes on that main spot. And that timing could be everything for him. He wins the one frag, but he could not convert to the second. Orglis, night and day from their nuke map. Now they have dominated this Anubis game. And well and behold, we already have our first finalist right here. Toxie, that was one heck of a performance right now.
I mean, that was a very one-sided match. Totally unexpected, but I do believe it's that mistake of picking the T side when it comes to Perfectionists. Maybe they didn't do their homework, but either way, I mean, that was a dominant performance by Orglis 5. They did everything to perfection. Their CT side was on point. So, and I believe also in the beginning, the pistol and the first 3 rounds that made a huge difference as well for Perfectionists. But Ramon, I mean, you've been there, you saw everything, and what went wrong for Perfectionists?
Yeah. I think it was a number of factors where I could see that Orglis saw their Anubis performance yesterday and they literally want to change things up, right? They still had the essence of the same players trying to take the same roles where McGill's was the connector player plus a few of them are flanking. This time it's a lot cleaner. This time it's with pristine communication with the squad. You can see in a lot of situations where there were a bunch of timings that were caught just because one player was killed off from the side of Orglis, and then that's when they respond with another frag, and not only with a multi-frag, but it was with a sort of pace that was not present from the previous iterations of their Anubis game, but through polishing that they were in together. So I feel like Orglis have used the time that they bought from yesterday just to perfect what has always been there. So I guess kudos to them to actually make the most out of the time that they bought from yesterday, because really, we never really expected this to be that one-sided. But then again, maybe it's because of the lack of experience from the other side. I mean, Perfectionists could have had this, but yeah, I guess I couldn't see that as well.
JT, maybe your final thoughts before we head into the break, onto this matchup. Do you believe Orglis 5 can dominate the final now? They're up against PPX, who we have a few information from their previous matches, which we will discuss after the break, but I just want to hear your thoughts before we go into that.
If they're going to be playing the same way they did just now, then honestly, hands down, we could probably see a 2-0 or a 2-1, and just depends on how well PPX we're going to be playing in map number 1. There's really so much things to talk about with Orglis 5, because honestly, everybody was just up there. Everyone was just perfect. Meanwhile, the side of Perfectionist, only Transparent was the guy answering back, and other than that, when he's down, they're all down.
All right, and from our side, we're gonna leave you guys for a few minutes break, and then we'll come back. A few minutes break, and then we'll come back to to give you guys hopefully a fire grand final between PPX and Orglis 5. So make sure you get your popcorn ready and come back as fresh as possible, because we have a strong and an amazing final coming up ahead. And we are back after that few minutes break. Hopefully, you guys managed to get some drinks and popcorn because we have a banger of a final coming up between Orglas 5 and PPX. And I've been told, wow, these guys are very ready. So the match is going to start in about a minute. And, you know, the veto, we've talked about the veto. So it's going to be Vertigo, Inferno, and the last map is going to be Mirage. When we look at Vertigo, this is the map pick of PPX. I mean, it's a comfortable pick for them because they played it, they won 13-5, 13-6. Okay, so we received word that one of the observers is having tacos, not popcorn. I just
Wow.
wanted to share this with you. Yeah. Anyway,
I kinda want them.
so Vertigo was a map pick of PPX, and I mean they won 13-5 in their last match, and also Orglas 5 won 13-5 or 6 as well last night. So this is a comfortable pick, but I feel like it's a double-edged sword. And then we have Inferno. We talked about the banana. I think Ramon was pretty much excited to see some Inferno. We haven't seen it in a long time. And then we have Mirage. Guys, quick thoughts on Vertigo.
Again, it's going to be that same play of trying to overwhelm the favorite in the matchup. I do believe that, as you said, it's a double-edged sword simply because it's all about the game of timing. So whoever has the best timing in this scenario, I believe, will come out the better team. But I do believe that since PPX are coming in here as the unknown quantity, there's going to be a lot of things that they're going to surprise with Orglas 5 being their opponent.
All right, quick predictions. We have 10 seconds. Ramon, JT.
13-5 Orglas 5.
13-7 PPX.
13-6 for me for Orglas 5. All right, see you guys. Enjoy.
See ya. And here we're gonna go. Ramon, let the games begin. PPX are gonna be on the CT side of things. Meanwhile, Orglas 5 will be the attackers. As they are ramping up towards ramp. Oh, they're gonna go for a boost play here, Ramon. I love it. The creativity on the team. Slow and easy wins the race. And wait, there's only one player watching that side. So this is a perfect read coming from them as they enter towards it. Still gonna go for
The flank.
There is gonna be a flank. Are they ready? Are you ready for it? It doesn't seem like it. Oh, he saw it by the pixel, but too late. It's over. He peeks. They're in control, and Easy does it. It took too long to set things up. Orglas 5. They lose that one immediately.
Dude, and thus as I have been pointing out, that flank was going to be everything for them. Hats picking up what was a very pivotal first kill, in fact, but it wasn't the flank that was not only pivotal because the only guy that was holding up the site, Tadal, literally was in a comfortable position on that backside control, picking up 2 kills, in fact, as well. And that's the thing about trying to set up that stairs position. If you took too long, then there's going to be the flank, there's going to be the backside anchor trying to hold things on as well. We're just forcing PPX to play the proactive game now. The MP9s in the short-range engagement will be everything for them.
I love the aggressive play here, but, maybe too much. A bit more they can chew there, so they give a couple of freebies on towards Orglas 5, and they're going for a push immediately towards B, seeing what they can do, as the entirety of the team could just be debated. It kind of seems like it, Ramon.
Plant as well over to the A site right now. And that was Revan, who actually was the lurker, over to the ramp side as well, as that chaos was happening to the T-spawn position. Very interesting that PPX decided to take the fight to him right now. Avalanche, well, he will get bombarded, but he's not going to get concussed. He's going to get that first frag into the post plant. Clouda will pick up another. And it's all falling down to the 2v2. They crumble the pressure. It's getting to Orglas 5 right now. Clouda, will he get the timing? No, he cannot. Has to pull out the pistol right now, and it's going to be enough for PPX, but it was as this close as it could get. They were too aggressive on taking that T-spawn position. But it's a good thing that they're able to reconvene when it came down to the post plant, the 2 versus 3, just because they had the better guns. But imagine if they had the better guns in the other side of the map right here.
Yeah, I'm just checking who picked this map again. Well, it was PPX, right? They don't pick
It was
Vertigo.
PPX. It was
Interesting.
PPX.
You can really tell on how well they've been playing it so far, and they're gonna go again pure aggression. They're not stopping. They love to take the control. Do not give an inkling to Orglas 5. Be forced and pressured by holding and pushing a different side of the map, and this gets them a lot of information as Hats goes for the peek and gets a kill. He finds a frag, and they have an understanding on where they're going to be pushing up now with Avalanche from above. He's not really looking at the right side at the right time. Defaulter has his back as he gets tagged down quite a bit. Ooh, he accidentally hit his teammate, did he? With the smoke.
That would have been the CT smoke that they needed, and McGill's at least he means with one again. The practice from Peaks already challenging them within their vicinity. 3v4, the smokes come down at least, but they also have the flank coming down from Clouda. Watch out for this guy. The timing was perfect. Could have been everything, but Hats actually gets himself another here. 3v3. Stairs also being contested from them. At least they have Hats on a position where he could capitalize, but they have a lot of time to go back and rotate since Revan is still rotating over to the other side of the map. Already controlling that CT position as well.
Revan gonna go for the shot. He finds Sheldon immediately. Gonna hope and see if he can find one more. He hears the footsteps. Oh, the timing! Next volley! Oh, want to go for a flash play. Not gonna work out. This time Hats was able to escape Death's door. But he does go for the AK and runs away if he can. But McKell's is around the corner. He smells him. He sniffs him out. But the shots, it did connect. But Revan, always ready for the trade-offs. 2-1, Orgless 5. Introducing themselves to Peaks.
And Revan making his presence as well. Being the silent assassin that he is. He's not the first point of contact because he wants to be the guy sneaking into the site while the noise has been being made on the other side of things. Literally, Revan, he's a ninja. You can never expect him to be in these positions at all. Just calling for his teammates to rotate wherever he is. And now that's where Peaks have to be conditioned. Where will the rotation be coming from right now? Will this be an open rush? No, it cannot. Clouda will open up at 2 for himself as well. As Orgless 5 are completely taking very good engagements right now. 1v4 as Hadal does pick up that one frag thanks to the one shot from the Deagle. But because of his presence on mid, he will be expected from his position.
And the ever didn't understand where he's going to be at. And McGills could be the guy who says hello. Instead, never mind. It's his buddy right there. Oh, he finds him. He gets him as well. He's getting a shot off. Oh my gosh. Oh, Peaks. You know, they could have gotten this out of nowhere as they go for 1v1s, v1s, v1s. Hadal. Boy, oh boy. You can't let him go for the 1v1s. You gotta swing together if you wanna get a kill towards him because this guy packs a punch.
This guy almost carried through with that 1v4, man. I mean, actually, if you think about it, that would have been a 1v5 for him, an ace clutch within the cards, but it's a good thing that they're able to capitalize on him being low on the bullets. But the mag running dry, it betrays him this time, the 2-2. Orgless 5 caught up against Peaks this time. They have made so much noise over to the stairs spot, but Xbali looks like he's ignoring all that noise. Dealing pressure down over to McGilly. He's falling to the ground very early on into the round, 5v4.
Making it a 5v3. They're still trying to push it to the limit, but they're not going to be able to get it. Clouda? Where does he come from? He flanked around. He's already there, but he could not capitalize it with his teammate. Although, still, possibly able to turn the tides towards their favor. But they do have the sight. He has the eyes on the prize, eye of the tiger. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate and then answer back. Shot. Oh, he done enough to get a kill. Oh, he gets tagged down quite a bit. Sheldon from behind. They're not ready for this. They're not looking at the flank. They're worried about something else. Oh, this is going to be a big disaster as Ember will be found out. He peeks at again with the way they maneuver throughout the map. Sandwiching and pincering the opponents. Showing up in the weirdest spots possible. Orgless 5 needs to answer back or else Peaks are going to overrun them.
Now you can see that the pivotal players for both teams have been the flankers for them. Clouda on that mid peak to actually get the numbers advantage for his side. But when he got countered very early on, that's when Sheldon actually finding the timing from that stairs flank as well. Just knocking down half of that crossfire itself. And using a bit of that information just to clear off that corner entirely. 3-2 scoreline for P-Peaks right now. It's a rush all the way back in towards, I believe it is that ramp push right now. 4-man Tech 9. Already trying to see if they can get the anchor. Defaulter will get one, but X-Bali, that 1-for-1, it's not good enough for P-Peaks. But Sheldon's in the crossfire. He gets himself the flick. What a beautiful rotation for P-Peaks right now, responding to the pressure. And all falling down to McGills to clutch this 1v2 right now. He could not get the upgrade so far with the smoke, obstructing his vision, obstructing whatever chance he could have into getting himself the upgrade in time. And Nadal, the highest rated player for the squad so far, has picked up the 4th round win for P-Peaks. What a pretty messy round, and it was off the back of a rush all the way towards that rush ramp position.
Could have been really, really big here for Orglis 5. They had a really good opener, but could not capitalize. Look at this shot from Sheldon, man. That Kai with a swing, it hits, and it does wonders. You could imagine if he actually fell down or fall down rather quickly there, it could have been changed to the side of Orglis 5, but P-Peaks are holding an advantage. And it's not stopping anytime soon.
Is it too early to tell to say that Orglis 5 do not have the strongest early game? I think with this being the eco round yet again, I think it's unlikely, especially with Cloud already opening up the space yet again. He expects one guy on that E-box, but he does not win the fight. Nadal, the anchor, surprising them with a 3K yet again. What is this guy on? We haven't seen him all broadcast, but he has been surprising with these multi-frags. 14 kills for Hadal on P-Peaks. And I mentioned this guy is the highest rated player all throughout the playoffs. I mean, all throughout the qualifiers itself. This guy has picked up 55 kills. He is a Terminator for the squad of P-Peaks so far, and he is definitely living up to his name.
Orglis 5, unsure what they can do. They can't really crack him down because literally one-man army Hadal really proving his worth here. Goes for the 1v1s and finds it. X-Bali as well. Oh, they do a lot of damage. They're rather low. Avalanche and X-Bali shooting through the smoke, able to find quite a lot out of it. 2 already down. That's Revan and McGill. Gone and dusted. Clouder again, the lurk, but they understand. He's been abusing that, and they already know where he was coming from. Sheldon spots him out immediately as well. P-Peaks, they are a team to really be afraid of because this is the way they're playing. Total masterminds.
Especially with how they're holding the smokes as well. Good utility usage from them so far, but the aim could make the difference. Defaulter time and time again, opening up the space for the team, and this could be the open opportunity they're looking for. We have the bomb. I don't think so. 45 seconds. Ember equalizes the numbers now, and Defaulter makes it a 2 versus 1. X-Bali with the flank right now, expected from his position. They got the bomb, so they could just try to get themselves a default plant. And X-Bali has a clutch of 1v2, but could not handle the pressure. Defaulter, a 4K for him. A 2v5 that has been clutched up from this guy, who has been the top performer for Orglis 5, and yet again, he has made the difference.
Yeah, I was just going to say Defaulter, just the guy who really showed up in that round alone. They were already lacking in terms of numbers, but this guy just put his foot down and said, I'm not giving any more. We're going to continue fighting on, and geez, oh geez, this guy continued to find so much frags. 4 already on that one alone. They'll continue on, still poking, prodding, seeing what they can do. And you can sense kind of the difference on how they're playing now. They're playing a bit more slower on towards ramp. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, P-Peaks, their economy, they don't really have much money. So they want to play up close and personal. And Ember will be the first guy they greet if they go for the push. But Ember understands that he doesn't necessarily have to do anything risky as he waits for his team to make the play. And Cloda will fall down.
They give up ramp just because they know that they have the better guns anyway. And Revan, he was pushing up that short side because he knows that he has a better gun. A second frag yet again. Orglis are building the confidence back up. This has been the story ever since they started on this tournament. You don't underestimate them just because they have the lower amount of rounds, because they can catch up when they can build their confidence back up. Revan, not expected from his position, but Sheldon clears it anyway. So now this becomes an open opportunity from the flank as well. AK-47 bought back up, and Nadal trying to find an opportunity. There's also another flank coming down as well. Defaulter at the prime spot. Sheldon in the 1v3 now. Has to keep brain his way into the clutch, but Ember spots him, takes care of him as well. 5-4 for Orgless, and it's off the back of that rush play over to the ramp side as well. Expecting their positions on the anchor spot as well, and Defaulter always finding open windows for him to walk into.
I still like the way Cloud's, Cloud might have died there, but he still continues doing what he's doing, right? Be the lurker, look around, see where they are currently positioned. Although P-Peaks, this was their their eco, right? And still able to do quite a lot of damage regardless of the gun differences. So they're definitely a team that you can't just count out yet. Probably gonna hope and see if they can get the kill towards Hadal, but this guy's been a monster. He already understands where they're gonna be, and that is not the boost of life. That is the boost of death, everybody. Uh-oh.
Yep. Oh, that's a need that I don't want to catch on broadcast. That's unfortunate. Hopefully we don't clip it, we don't ship it to the social medias. Follow us.
Uh-oh.
And apparently we do actually clip it and ship it. Oh my.
Yep, the clip and ship it, and then, it's physics, everybody. Video game.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think he expected that to be an open angle right here, but Adal, he actually loses the fight. The entry from Ember, he's on fire. And he's dousing them with flames time and time again. Sheldon, he's trying to trade it off. 3v3. E-Box already in full control. Plant come down as well. Xbali pushes in, but McGillis has full control until Sheldon takes it away. But Revan, anybody can flank from mid. Apparently for Orgless 5, it could be Clouda. It could be McGills. But in this scenario, it has been Revan, and he's the one who makes the difference. The third time that we see this nade fail from Xbali. He's already down, guys.
Don't put
Why
him.
do we need to kick him down?
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to see him jump off the roof here. It's Vertigo. Don't make the guy too sad. No, that triple replay. You're gonna do him that badly? I just hope. I just hope he doesn't watch the stream. He's gonna be like, "What's wrong with these guys? Why are you showing my replays?" Not the fourth one! Oh my!
Correction. This is actually the fifth time we're showing this replay. We got the heavy slow motion on this one.
Damn! Look at that go! Oh! Boom! I like how he just looked at it too, where it was going to.
That is the play of GG League, ladies and gentlemen. That's the clip. Thank you for watching. It's good to have you, Mr. Xbali, who, in my eyes, kind of needs a little bit more time before he can get a little comfortable in this game so far right now. Huh? It's been the story of Adal and how well he has been anchoring the sites, especially against the stairs push again for the Orgless 5 side, but it's not always the stairs push that they're prioritizing. It's literally every part of the map they can find an opening in, and this time it's over at the ramp spot. They push on, Deagle on in, Hats cannot convert again, and the headshots are clean from McGill's. And the spray was better from Cloud as well as they open up the A side itself. While they find Adal stuck between a rock and the hard place, and at this point, the hard place is about to hit him. As quickly as this, he does find himself around the CT position. Only need to take care of one guy, and the one guy will douse him in flames. It's Defaulter who gets the 6th round win, the first time that Orgless 5 have claimed the lead this point in time. And so far throughout the qualifiers, it's been the story for Orgless 5, losing the first couple of rounds just for them to steal it away once they get comfortable in the map. 6th
okay.
time.
this wasn't even part of the round that we just saw, but you know, right? Let's talk about it. Anyway, P-Peaks, you know, they are in trouble as Revit. Everybody's just answering, but hey, hopefully we get to see a replay of Xbali actually doing amazing plays because he's able to stop them at the tracks. Hadal as well from above with high ground, able to get towards Defaulter. Emperor though, this guy, he's a man on fire, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. They're going for the frag, they're going for the okey pokies, but Xbali will fall down instead. Could have been an amazing shot from him, but not going to happen. Milo through the smoke though. McGilly is left alone, rather low on a 1v2.
Doable, especially since he does have the nade in hand as well. Tries to soften up the last two players. He whips the smoke. Is that the bait play that they're looking for? No, it is not. 6-6. Xbali wasn't hitting the nades, but at least he's hitting the shots from the AUG that he had in the previous round. And it started the momentum to slowly defend that A-stairs position right here. P-Peaks are going to be happy to take the 6-6, especially against Orgless 5, who, let's face it, needed a bit more time to climb that momentum back up. And off the back of the long-range angle set up by the AUG itself, Xbali has led the charge to actually get a stellar defense over to that stairs position. So 6-6 scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. It's a game so far on the Vertigo map. We swap sides, and it's a ramp push yet again. How will P-Peaks perform, especially with how separated everybody else from Orgless 5 are?
We've got to see an amazing play if they can. As the Avalanche already getting the kill towards Riven, McGill's answer is back. And Hadal again, this guy has been a nuisance. As if that is just how easy it is for P-Peaks to take a side. Did not sweat at all.
Did not falter and did not get wavered by Orgless 5. That's actually one of the first times that I've seen Orgless 5 play the passive positions. I think they were playing for the double default position, possibly to play for the USB one taps, but they gave sandbags, they gave ramp, and there wasn't any contention from the short position except for around that CT side as well. So it wasn't a stellar defense from them at all, just literally giving the space up to P-Peaks where off the back of the entry from a doll that literally gave them the entry point.
Okay, do you see a buy coming from Orgless 5? So they do want to go for a fight, and you can see from the flank, they are going for a push. They're gunning and hoping to get a lot, but it feels like they already know what's happening. They have a player there setting up, and that Xbali, he finds one, but will get traded out immediately. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 and the site for free. Other than Ember, gonna go for a fight. He gets a kill. That's pretty good actually for Ember. As he could do more. Defaulter could have gotten something out of nothing. And they're just going one by one into the open firing range of P-Peaks. 6-8. Still not a big advantage. We've seen Orgless 5, climb up a differential in terms of rounds. But I don't know, I feel like I'm seeing a bit of signs of weakness from Orgless 5. Just on how P-Peaks have been playing rather well.
Yeah. Not the consistency that you're looking for. Not the consistency that we're kind of used to from Orgless 5. But let's face it, this is the 7th time that we've seen this clip.
It's in their hotkeys.
Ironic because he's actually doing pretty well. I'd say that he's doing pretty well all throughout this game so far for P-Peaks. Xbali,
Defaulter?
he's not going to be the first one to die. Defaulter will surprise him with the one tap. He still wants to contest for more. Does lace a shot over to Hadal, who I might say has been a Swiss Army knife. This guy has been entering on from the pistol round. He did a good job of holding the flank as well. But now he has to be careful because now he's tagged up 67 HP. But he still has the better gun, so this could still be around for P-Peaks if this reset could mean something for them.
Oh, they don't have the read. Orgless 5, they think it's going to be an A push, but they were just waiting. It's going to be B instead. Well. The stack would have been really good if they were already there. Now that they realize there's so many utilities being used on towards B, it's going to be a B take instead. Now the question is, can they go for a retake? I love the positioning a while ago, but now they're kind of scattered. Although they do have a flank happening, they're already watching it actually. Transpires, Defaulter. This guy, he's just going crazy with Ember. The Pistol Brothers, the 1Ds. Will it work more? Ah, he misses the shot, goes for another. Even Pre-Fires hoping to get one. Time is of the essence. And the Lurk, guess what? He's dead. That's Riven gone. And they're all like easy pickings for PPs.
Oh, man.
9-6.
Went 26 kills for Hadal. I've been observing this guy, and he's on a different level compared to everybody on the server on Vertigo right now. Literally, he's the one holding the flank. He's the one pushing in when they need somebody to entry onto the side. This guy can do everything. And if you couple that up with good utility from Sheldon as well, this guy has been somewhat of a nuisance to deal against Orgless 5 right now. So if I were them, I could try to put my odds on trying to counter this guy, but so far it hasn't been looking good. Go back to making their presence known over to the stair spot, and they expected Revan to be on that close angle. They just know. Nobody's close up on that. Nobody's expecting Hadal this close to the fire. As this guy's on a hot streak, but Orgless 5's doing everything they can to stem the bleeding, but I don't think it's good news for them that they're already inside of the B site.
Yeah, Hadal has been the nightmare of Orgless 5, and he's gonna hope to continue more, but Clouda, he says something out of it. Still, will get picked out immediately by Hats. The entirety of P-Peaks, they've been playing really well with their utilities as well. Meanwhile, from behind, I love it. They understand the way Orgless 5 has been playing with the Lurk all the time. But this time around, Hats will fall down. Still gonna be a 1v1 though. McGill's, he's super low. What can he do? Actually, Sheldon just needs to get the shot and he gets it. P-Peaks dominating Vertigo. And the Orgless 5, they're just lost.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's 4 rounds in a row that they've taken this T side so far. And it's been from poking and prodding from that stair side. Good mid-ground calling as well from the IGL. My goodness, P-Peaks are showing a different level of play. Just a good amount of discipline. After the initial fight, they try to reset, and then that's when they surprise Orgless 5, who, let's face it, they're antsy in the mid-round calling as well. Never expecting that they're gonna try to get themselves that B side multiple times in a row, and now is the same story. They poke over to that B site, see if they can pull some rotation, see if they can get the attention yet again. They spot one, they put the mollies down, the smokes are there as well, so now what will be the progress? Orgless 5 will try to defend this as much as they can. They peek onto Revan, who is prepared for Avalanche, but does not expect Hats to peek onto the corner as well. 4v4, E-Box in full control. Revan to try to get the second frag as well. As Orgless 5, the defense is still here, but P-Peaks still have Hadal, and he's fighting with everything that they got, but they finally fall to the ground, but Xbali gets the double. This 1v1 up against Clouda, who's still late to the call. He's deciding to rotate to the other side of the map, JT.
They're playing cat and mouse here. And Xbali, he understands. He knows. Just because of how Orgless 5 have been too predictable. Honestly, Ramon, very predictable on how they're playing. Where always they have one lurker going for the flank. Now P-Peaks, will he understand on where the push is gonna be? Does he has his crosshair on the right side? So many questions. And so little time. As Clouda, well, it looks like he's gonna line up to the crosshair if he goes for the push here.
No way.
Just a matter of seconds. Did he hear the footsteps? Yes, he does. It confirms it. Now he knows where the guy is gonna be, and he's a sitting duck. On towards a firing range of P-Peaks. Xbali. Big braining it with this nade.
No way. Is this the clip that we show? We finally have a good replay for him, guys. Now that was a 0 to hero moment from the failed nade into the 1v3 clutch from Xbali. And finally, we show signs of life from this guy, because it's been the Hadal show time and time again. But now everybody else from the P-Peak side have been doing their best work. carrying their own weight, carrying what must have been a very stressful push. Next volley, that collateral over to the two players, just trying to respond to the situation. Goes back towards Avalanche, who gets himself another 2-piece as well. While Avalanche and Adal, they try to pick up the pieces right now. They push on in, but Avalanche expected. And Adal will finally get another to Clouda. That's the match point for P-Peaks.
They're on fire, Ramon. Literally on fire. They have yet to lose a single round in this second half. Absolute perfection coming from P-Peaks. This is the reason why they love this map. Because they're just so damn good. And Adal is already with 30 frags. Could you imagine? 30 frags by one player?
Wow.
I mean, I don't even remember the last time I saw 30 frags in this quick of a fashion from P-Peaks. The way they're just dominating. They're not stopping. They're just too good. But Orgless 5, it's a do or die moment. To see if they have what it takes to stop them.
He literally has he has doubled the amount of frags that he's accumulated all throughout the qualifiers just from the 2 games that he's had this far. And man, has he been performing time and time again. Hadal, he picks up another. This guy in the entries has been doing a good job, and not only that, has done more for the side of P-Peaks right now. They exchange smokes, and Revan, he will get that 1-for-1 trade-off. The flank comes in again for Hadal. He's expecting the team to come up with him because the defense on B has finally bared fruit. Will this be an opportunity for Xbali right now? He has the AWP. He spots one. Could possibly be the opening that he needed, but Hadal will finally get himself the double kill yet again. It's do or die again for Orgless this point in time because Revan, he finds himself in 1v3 now, and he gets one at least. Will this be the opening that he needs to clutch up in the 1v3 scenario?
I don't know. There's an AWP on Xbali, and he finds it. He gets the kill. No rounds lost in the second half coming from P-Peaks. They played it in perfection. As perfect as this nade is. I think this is the only imperfection that has ever happened in this map alone. Okay, maybe more. I don't know. They're sending a message. Xbali, if you're watching, you're really good, dude. Don't let this replay mock you.
This observer is a big bully. And I have a feeling it's I don't want to say the name so they don't chase him. But man, what a performance by P-Peaks, man, especially for Hadali. We was at 32 frags, I think. That's just a crazy number in a final. In an opponent against an opponent that's really strong on this map as well. What a crazy matchup, and then not losing a single round when they switched over to the T side. Ramon, talk to me. It was 6-6. It was going 50-50. Then all of a sudden, everything fell for Team Orgless 5. What happened there?
Look, first half literally was something that we kind of expected. Both teams were coming in with different styles to perform, right? The aggressiveness from Orgless, especially on their T half, and P-Peaks, just good responses all across the board, resulting in a 6-6. But what happened when we swatched sides was Hadal Esports on full display, literally being the entry, literally being the flank watch, literally being the utility player for the squad. It's like, this guy is the only player on the team, and I feel like he can still do well against these guys from Orgless. I mean, the support as well for Sheldon has been there, but Hadal has been showing up time and time again. I have full confidence in this guy, and really, there is no stopping him unless we go into a map where he's very uncomfortable, which I find unlikely because Vertigo was literally something of a safe haven for him.
It's crazy to think that, Vertigo was picked by P-Peaks and they started on the CT side. I'm not sure if maybe their CT is a bit weak, and now they're gonna go to Inferno, which is Orgless 5's map pick, and they are going to start on the CT side. So I don't know. I feel like they struggled a bit on the CT side, but their T side was just flawless. JT, I mean, do you agree there with Ramon? Was it maybe so much individual performance coming from the side of Hadal? Or do you think it's just maybe Orgless 5 just couldn't play that CT side?
they just couldn't even play the game. Honestly, whatever they threw out of the book, they couldn't do anything. No, I mean, like, kudos to Adaldo. This guy is an absolute monster. If you do get the kill on him, it's like, okay, we're still gonna struggle up against the entirety of this team because they're just too damn good. Now, coming into Inferno though, this is a very straightforward type of map here, right? It's not like rocket science where you're not really sure on what you can do here. But judging on how the individual performance is and the side of P-Peaks, I feel like they're gonna be in the driver's seat, and it's more about seeing how well can on how well Orglis 5 can answer back, because this is their map pick and they need to make it convincingly, because right now I'm on the P-Peaks choo-choo train, man. They're just insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. And Inferno is not a similar map to Vertigo. We can say that the A ramp is similar to the banana, where there's always going to be fight. But in terms of freedom of movement, you can't do much as a T-sided player, where it's not easy to enter A or B, except if you try to maybe with smokes enter through boiler. So it's a lot of relying on smokes and setups, whether it's A or B, more of a teamwork type of map. So this is what I fear for P-Peaks. I mean, yes, they had a crazy performance, but mainly it was more individual and winning clutches back to back and so on. So here comes the team play. Now, when we look at both teams, do we think is there a team better when it comes to team play and teamwork, the duos and so on? Ramon, do you think there's a team that has slight advantage to that?
Look, the only thing I'm looking out for Orglis right now is if they're able to come back together as a squad, keep their communication as pristine as we usually would expect them to be, and they could find a way to neutralize Hadal, and that's as easy as just finding where Hadal could be or finding what Hadal's default position usually is going to be. Because that's where they're going to be avoiding every single time. Now, I don't believe Hadal will be the winning condition all throughout, because one man could not be a full army in a full BO3. Unless you're probably simple. Unless you're probably like Donk in that regard. But we're not talking about simple. We're talking about one man who could carry the whole team. And in a map like Inferno, where communication is a little bit more prioritized compared to single maps like Nuke, single maps like Vertigo, I do feel like there will be a different story here. I just want to see Orglis be on the same page right now.
Right, and Inferno on the T side, starting with Orglis 5. What do they need to do? I mean, the CT was not so good when it comes to P-Peaks, so maybe they're a bit comfortable, Orglis 5, playing on the T side. Where do you think they'll find success on this map, JT?
As long as they don't become too predictable. I felt like when they were in Vertigo, they were just too predictable on what they've been doing, to the point that they would always expect, there's someone on the flank, there's someone actually doing this type of plays. If they continue repeating the cycle again and again, it just makes it easy for them to be read out. And you don't want that to happen. You kind of want to be snappy in your plays and really good at your execution, which I do think they have the power to do the execution. On the other side of things, right, as long as you don't look at Xbali's perspective on throwing, utilities, because utilities are pretty damn important in this map alone. So if you observers are watching, cut the guy some slack, because he is a guy who's really good. And at the same time, hit Orglis 5 though, right, it's more about be snappy on your execution and don't take too damn long, because when you do that, it kind of makes the entry to attack smaller and smaller.
All right, since we don't have much time left, hopefully this time we can get a proper prediction. Did anyone get the prediction right? I think JT, you're the closest, but did we get it? Did we get Vertigo?
To the wrong team, yes.
To the wrong team, okay. All right, then how about Inferno? Ramon, what is your prediction?
Well, I still have a lot of doubt if P-Peaks are gonna end this pretty quickly. But I do want to give more confidence to them. I'm gonna say 13-10 in favor of P-Peaks right here.
All right, and JT?
13-7 P-Peaks. I'm a believer.
13-10, 13-7. I'm gonna go with Orglis 5. I do believe in Orglis 5. And I think it's gonna be a 13-9. I do like this number for some reason. But I do think there is gonna be a third map coming into play, which is, I believe, is Mirage, if I'm not mistaken. So I hope we do see Mirage and, you know, have a banger of a final with 3 maps being played. But Inferno, been a very long time since we've seen it on this in this qualifier, so hopefully we see a very good match. I think there's going to be lots of banana action from both teams, especially in the early round, because if you show dominance from the beginning and as a T or a CT, that scares your opponents. You know, you're like, okay, these guys are practiced taking banana, so we should back off. But I'm just excited to see what's gonna happen here. Is Hadal is gonna play as amazing as he played in Vertigo, or is it gonna be, you know, a wake-up call to Orglis 5, because this is do or die. I mean, both of them, yes, qualified to the finals for the playoffs, but still, there's cash involved, and, you know, why not be richer if you could be? All right, Ramon, final thoughts on this map. I know we took prediction, but, you know, who do you expect to have a stronger start here?
Considering who starts where, if Orglis 5 are gonna be starting on a position where they're gonna have control over banana early, then I do want to see a little bit more out of Revan, because I do feel that there's potential in how they're gonna play with the util game.
All right, the game is on and the mics are on. JT and Ramon, take it away.
Yeah, map number 2, P-Peaks versus Orglis 5. Domination in Vertigo on the side of P-Peaks as Orglis 5 fell off, literally off the map. Now in map number 2 though, let's see what is there to offer inside of P-Peaks up against Orglis 5, which, by the way, I have a prediction, Ramon. We're going to be seeing a chicken in our replays. That's my prediction. Something about chickens.
Are we?
You know? Most likely.
I don't think so.
I think we will. Clara will fall down as Hadal. I mean, we talked about the man, the myth, the legend. This guy already got a kill. He kind of wants to bring up his KDA higher and higher, as he have a complete banana control in the side of Orglis 5. Getting ready for the push. And I told you, my man, there's going to be a chicken while a fight is happening.
He asked for it, then we got it.
Yep, and the splashes are going to be there. Sheldon getting shots through the dual Berettas. McGilly going to try and answer back, but Sheldon dual Berettas, will it work out? They're both low, so this could be pretty big. So I decided P-Peaks, if they have any utilities. No, they do not have any more utilities though. But still, just stack them down quite a bit, right?
I don't think they have the chance to actually plant the bomb down just yet, because they're scared of the smoke about to dissipate, not to unbloom. They spot one over to the church position, and that's where Avalanche peaks. 1v2 now for Defaulter. He's been putting up a good performance, but not this time around. Avalanche will pick up the last 2 kills. It wasn't Hadal being the Swiss Army knife that we expected him to be, but it was the support of the teammates. Inferno is a map for me where there are chickens. That's not the point I was about to cross, but we actually saw chicken yet again. But what I was about to say is that Inferno is a map where coordination is a little bit more of a requirement compared to Vertigo, where solo plays definitely have more room to grow into. And I kind of want to see a little bit more of that step-up position for Sheldon, for Avalanche, a few of those highlight plays as well for Hats, because he's been doing pretty well as well, pretty underrated, if I do say so myself. I like that we're following the chicken now.
Yeah, I'm like, why did the chicken cross the road? Because he's afraid of the freaking terrorist, you know? Get me out of here, he says.
Makes
sense. Play by play with the pecs. He's trying to get out of here, scooting out as he's
laying an egg?
Bro, no, don't stay there. Run away, chicken. You're gonna die.
Is he laying an egg?
Is he laying an egg? No, he's not. He's okay.
No.
Meanwhile, McGills is not okay because Sheldon is already answering back and they're pushing from banana. But this damn chicken is holding middle. Eyes on the prize, he runs away. But does it matter? Does it really matter? No, I don't think so.
Scared of Revan.
I mean, I would be scared of Revan as well if he can land his shots, and yes, they do. Hadal alone here on this side, gonna go for the flick, but did not find it. A 2v2 here. With a force buy on the Orgulous 5, making things work with Ember. Fire in his eyes. Pulls the trigger and burns his enemy away into ashes. 2v1.
Almost got some.
Hats. Yeah, he's alone, Ramon. What can he do?
He has to peek on. He has to touch up this 1v2 scenario. And Revan, he was cool, calm, and collected into taking that long angle fight. And that was, I believe it was a force buy for a few of them for the set of Orgless. They needed to convert down with those Mac 10s, and they finally did. Ultimately, just taking control of that banana was not the first option that they were looking for, even though they tried to do that in the first early round. So they go back to the mid side, see if they can get a straggler, and they put too much priority on the chicken when, in fact, I wasn't supposed to say the chicken, but when I saw it, literally popped into the screen.
It happens.
It crossed the bridge. My train of thought is gone. But like I said, they gave up that mid space a little bit too early. They wanted to put more priority on the pit position and apartments. Not the best case scenario for them. Early timeout called for B peaks too. They know that that's not the round that they wanted to lose.
Bro, it's floating. The chicken's floating.
How is he floating?
He's...
if only there was a mini game where we could get both of these chickens to fight.
Oh, could you imagine? I will bet on the left chicken. There's something about him. Looks like a real
It's not even
gangsta.
just betting. I just want them to fight. I just want to see them fight.
True. But if you had to pick which one, which would you think? I think the black one looks...
I mean, the one on the
looks like
left is a little bigger than the other one.
Is it? The guy's probably faster on the
Observer?
right.
Actually, Observer, I want to ask you directly. I'm talking to you, Mr. Cameraman. Who do you think would win in a 1v1 fight against these two chickens? Who would win?
See? Yeah, that was definitely. For sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's too
this-
small.
Yeah, it's too small. Okay. Are you gonna take us on a date now, Observer? Yes?
Okay,
Oh, okay. Where are we going?
where are we going?
Yeah.
All right, back
we
to
have
the
a lot
mid
of time.
side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a lot of vehicles on this map right now.
Yeah, I don't see any either.
Oh, we're going to the winery.
We're going
Another
to the
chicken.
chicken. Yeah. Okay, it's a brown chicken.
So it's he's taking us on a sightseeing trip to see more
Oh,
chickens.
we're
sitting down?
we're on a date. We're on a
Okay.
date. Okay. Fancy. I see
Okay,
you.
let's play a game. Let's play a game with the Observer. Nod to say yes, shake it to say no, right? Do you want pizza on your first date?
Really?
Okay, pizza is your main course. Do you want fries or mashed potatoes as your side? Fries? Yes.
He wants chicken.
Fries? He wants chicken as the side. Okay. Pizza
How do you
and
eat
chicken.
as a...
Chick-
Oh my
Maybe
God.
as chicken tenders?
I mean, to be fair, GG League back in the day, PLG was sponsored by Pizza Hut, wasn't it? Weren't you guys before? As far as I remember, and it was pretty interesting. Maybe you gotta give us some pizza. Who knows? But
Please.
I don't know. We've seen a lot of different types of chickens. The white one, the darker ones, the brown ones. What other colors are there? I'm pretty sure they all taste the same, don't they?
And out of nowhere.
You know, I would be
we're treated to
surprised.
this clip.
I would be surprised if you keep this until the playoffs.
Hey! It's a chicken lover graffiti. No, is it a graffiti? No, it's not. It's just a sticker on the back of a van.
Yeah. Chicken lovers. Is that why there's so many damn chickens? They crashed out and they got away. Is that
Would
it?
you, Mr. Observer, would you say you're a chicken lover? He is. Okay.
Interesting. I mean,
Just saying.
mhm. You guys talking about food is making me hungry, honestly.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Now I'm
Do
hungry.
you like coffee, Mr. Observer?
Definitely, they love caffeine. Of course, 100%.
They do. Okay.
He's over caffeinated.
I mean, we did say that they were on their 5th shot of coffee.
No way, for reals?
I think so. Oh, they are.
Damn. This is the reason why we upgraded CS, right? This is why we're in CS2. We have movement from the chickens nowadays and different types. Look at their nails. Honestly, we're gonna have a chicken fight soon. I hope so. You know, I
I
mean,
think this is a gray colored chicken.
how do you play by play a chicken on what he's doing?
Oh,
Ramon, give me
I
a
mean, it's
sample.
simple.
Do a
I mean,
play
it's
by
pretty
play.
simple. I mean, it's literally simple. I mean, just imagine that the gray chicken in front of you right now has a brown chicken that he's coming up against, and whoever takes the first fight, you're gonna say the color of the chicken, and then you kind of put a lot of emphasis on whoever is like dominating the other. Because apparently, in a lot of those situations where cockfights happen, whoever is winning literally is getting their name shouted in their ears. So basically, any
So you're
FPS
telling
commentary.
me if we were gonna name this chicken, what name should it be?
His name is Hadal now.
No, no.
No?
He's saying no, 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 no.
No? Okay. Carolina.
Carolina?
Naming him Carolina.
I was gonna
Is it
name
a-
Colonel
is it a
Sanders, you know?
Is he a boy? No.
Ooh.
Okay.
You gotta have more chickens, you know? So Carolina gonna duel it out. If Carolina wins, there's chickens. I don't know where I'm going
True.
on. It's this, you know?
No, I mean, you're right. She's the mother hen. And if Carolina wins it, then she could have been the queen mother of the chickens.
True.
Where are we
100%.
going with this?
I don't know. Hey, can we go outside of this map and see where does this end? Wait, did he true that though? That's a question. Was it him? I don't remember. You know, I don't see it. Was it
Let's see it. Slow motion, please.
that's him? Of course,
Okay.
100%. We all saw that
Pretty
one.
sure that's him.
We're pretty sure that's him. But the other one though, it probably
It's
is
not-
him, right?
I don't
because
know. He still has
he-
the smoke. He still has the smoke.
No. But did you see what he did? He re-equipped back his AWP, so it has to be him.
Huh. Or he could just be holding with his knife and then he was running up the ramp. You know what?
Why would you run out the
Hmm.
ramp with a knife only?
No, but like just for him to get up the ramp as quickly as possible.
I see. Is there any interesting spots in this map? Do you guys know anything interesting?
I like
Not chickens,
that
hopefully. Pictures. Never looked into this before. Wow.
I mean, it's too high up. You can't really see that. So it's
I
pretty
mean,
interesting
you
to see them right now.
You could boost each other just to see the pictures in game.
You
you
don't
imagine?
boost to check the pictures inside Boiler.
Yeah, you're in rank game and you're like, bro, boost me. I want to see the picture.
That's a nice painting.
Fancy. Okay,
We're not looking at chicken anymore. We're looking at
it's a
beef.
cow, right?
It's a cow.
Why you gotta make them food immediately, bro?
I don't know. I just saw that.
Why you gotta make the food already? Oh.
I like where this has taken
Oh.
us.
Oh, I never seen this.
Hey,
Ooh, oh, Mamma Mia.
they completed the face? Wow. Okay. What do we name her? Is this Carolina?
No.
No. Okay. Still the
Is
chicken.
that-
Okay.
What's weird? There's something wrong with his eyes. It's just me that sees this.
the other pupil is bigger than the other one.
No, it looks like he's like.
Is that
cuckoo,
Zac
you know?
Efron?
Could you imagine? Cue the music.
Apparently, Zac Efron
Oh,
is part of the.
chickens!
Whoa.
Chickens! It's a chicken family. Hey, 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 hey! It's a party. Hey, hey. In case you guys don't know, Ramon is a good singer.
Hey, you don't know that. Hey.
Chicken party, chicken
hey.
party.
I like how I have the same haircut as the middle chicken from the GIF that was played.
What is that? That would be us if we were chickens, you would say.
True. I wonder when I'm gonna spend my time over at where you are, JT, because I feel like we'd have a good time together.
Probably. It would probably.
Yeah.
The future.
You know, we've spent like 10 minutes like sightseeing all across Inferno. I don't think we've talked about the game state for a long time now.
I don't know how much we can talk about with you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, I would like to get a spaghetti. Is this you telling us that you're giving us food? Don't get my hopes up. Slowly nod up and down. And
Oh,
that's a yes. Ramon, we're getting food tonight. Let's go. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, everybody from the production. I'm sending over my location.
can you guys fly it over to the Philippines? Thank you so much.
It's fine. I'll eat your portion.
Come on. Jeez.
I'll live stream it.
It's not every day. It's not every day when your employer from esports feeds you,
bro.
right?
Bro, they have freaking tanks. Why go for gunplays? Get the car. With the game.
Grozin.
It's like, you're playing a different game, aren't you?
I think they're playing World of Tanks if that's the case.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
True.
Although the speed limit
True.
apparently of this road is 10. There's a speed limit apparently.
Oh. Ooh, vehicle. Is anybody from production a scooter user or a scooter owner?
That's a Vespa, isn't it?
No.
They probably drive cars then. Are you a Toyota driver? Is the question. I mean, Toyota is pretty reliable, but Wait, the chicken's
This
eyes?
chicken is kind of.
Do you see that?
This chicken is
white.
scary. He was scary for a second.
It's like the Undertaker. Hey, dance off. Oh, this guy gave up. He's sitting down.
All right, JT, it is the battle of the 1v1 between the chickens in the map of Inferno. It is Carolina versus the Grey Dart. And who will win out the fight since Grey Dart is looking like he's ready to take the fight to him? He's not even looking at him. I'm trying to play by play, but he's not doing anything literally.
Bro, look at their eyes.
Ugh.
What? Why are our chickens? I don't think their eyes are like that when you close it. They look like they're possessed.
Okay, JT, what if we do like an impromptu chicken contest, but it's not for them to fight, it's for how they look.
Okay. It's a chicken party, CHICKEN.
Okay, for you, which one is the better looking chicken, JT? Between the two of them.
That's a bit hard. All chickens are beautiful, but if I had to pick one, it's probably the one on the left. Yeah.
Wow. For you?
I mean,
nah,
yeah.
I disagree.
Why?
I kind of like
that
the
booty.
darker chicken more. Because
No.
I like his drip. I like his drip.
Yeah, but the booty though, on the other side.
I didn't know that was the criteria. I just thought that the darker chicken looked cool.
Yeah, but the other one
We're
has
getting
more layers
chicken
on
feet
his.
for free.
Look, there's other colors on the layer on the other guy's booty. See? There's
we're
a
getting chicken
brown,
feet
there's
for
a
free.
black, there's a white, and there's dirt on it. Extra
No,
points.
we're not getting chicken feet for free. Nah.
I don't think that's not really a delicacy here, Ramon.
I guess we're thinking of something different. And here's your 30-minute reminder that Xbali did the snade. He also did this Molly.
You can follow Carolina on OnlyFeet, onlychickenfeet.com.
No.
onlychickenfeet.com. Carolina.
Yep. And it looks
Or
like we're finally back in the game, JT. God is
We're done
back.
with chicken.
Timer's run down.
It's here. I would like one of Hadal or someone else to shoot the chicken now. And the mystery. Hadal, do it. Doesn't seem like he's gonna do it, but he might look for a fight instead. As they are gonna go push towards Apps. Ember's just right around the corner. I don't think he knows it's a double stack though. It's gotta be a bit more careful. As B-Peaks, they do have the close range guns here. With the SMGs, need to be a bit more careful.
Will they be careful? That is the question right now. The reset comes in yet again for P-Peaks. They don't really need to do anything but just to hold up that mid push right now. Double push onto the apartments as well. Avalanche with that MP9 will do a lot of damage to whoever comes within his way, as the boiler position's also given up check. Clouda will get that first frag in as Hadal has been taken care of. The push on will do a lot of damage as Avalanche with that MP9, just as we expected it to. But Revan will be able to actually reconvene in time. 3v2 right now, 45 seconds. That A side is looking wide open for him.
Oh, the C4 was actually on Revan, so he couldn't necessarily do anything other than wait to pass on the C4. He is gonna hide on towards Gar. Oh, it doesn't seem like he's gonna go for the first bit. And Sheldon go on for the push. But Sheldon was just alone. I was like, I'm out of here, bro. I'm gonna go from above instead on towards Apps. But he's gonna try and push towards balcony. No, he saves the gun, Ramon. That was the play. Save the gun, save the world. It's gonna go boom, 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 and inside, but not really necessarily look for exit frags. Well, this guy looks like his sensitivity at like 1,000.
Wow.
With a one, and I think he's gonna fall down, or not. 1,000 DPI, or maybe more, 3,000.
See, I was about to ask you if you were talking about the DPI or you were talking like the full sensitivity, the literal sensitivity 1000, because that's impossible. And again, if it is DPI, then that is really the case. Avalanche, I talked about him with his MP9 being the difference maker, and he really did actually make the difference in that apartment's push with him. P-Peaks had a good call for them to actually take that control to the apartments, but nevertheless, Orgulus with their better guns are able to stave off the offense. Push on in yet again. Defaulter, he's entering onto site. Mac 10 already got himself the control over Car. He's low on HP. Avalanche taking that 1-for-1 trade-off. You're gonna have to settle with getting that first frag in because they don't have the guns. They don't have the utility to stop them. In their tracks right here, Clada will get 2 frags entirely. A free one for Avalanche right here. They do get a bit of a reset, a bit of a bonus. In fact, for Orgulus, 5, but P-Peaks are going to be happy to take a bit of that damage done.
I mean, it was a big save on there, and Xbali going to be found out though. Looking at his knife, not necessarily looking for the shot. As McKinley was able to at least eliminate that one. Same with Revan on towards Avalanche. That is Orgulus 5 going 3-1. I think the momentum that was coming from P-Peaks were put on the hold just because of how long the tech pause was. So it kind of dragged them down quite a lot, and they might have lost the momentum that you had earlier on.
That could be a factor, since they were heating up as the game was progressing, but they could,
Good job.
as you said, not only did they just kill the chicken? Did they
Murder.
just kill the chicken?
I've been waiting for that to happen.
This is unacceptable. This is something that is going to tip the scales over to the other side of things. Orgless 5 already finding an opportunity to commit murder inside of the Inferno map. And I'm not talking about against PPs. I'm talking about the chickens. And with the nade perfectly timed, the flash comes in as well. Hadal could not handle the pressure. The spray comes online for Avalanche, who gets a double kill. The fine Defaulter and Clouda. Ember comes up from apartments and will get a double in response. 3v2 for Orgless 5 as they find themselves an open A site.
This could be a big indicator for, Orgless 5 to take control, but the C4 is still not there yet. As Revan, he's always been the guy holding C4, which sometimes I wonder, he does lurk quite a lot. Not necessarily the guy that you always want to hold the C4 with, but nonetheless, he has the aim, has the shot. Sheldon will fall down. Instead, PPX decide, you know what, save the gun again. There's nothing more you can say other than save the gun and then see what you can do in the next round. Hey.
So this is what happened. It was McGill's with his knife. All right then.
The kill should have went. His KDA should have went up as well. Should have been 4.
No, that does not. I don't want to remember this moment. This was too traumatizing for me.
But guess who's... Oh, the timing wise. I think they could have gotten more kills, but nonetheless, PPX, they are in the foot end of things as Orgless 5 has been on the driver's seat with no seatbelt because they've been going risky, but you gotta take the risk maybe if you can continue to dominate this game. Orgless 5 have been unstoppable so far with the way they've been reading and predicting on how PPX have been playing. There's a reason why this is their map pick. Because they're just too damn
setup. They put the smoke down, they put the nade as well. They are contesting this with full force. However, it is PPX and their aggressiveness that can actually tip the scales. They already have full banana control, especially knowing that PPX don't have the economy to justify any sort of force buy. They decide to huddle up over to that B side aggress. And Sheldon makes a bit of noise just to make sure that they are going to bait into the double setup over to the B side as well. But I like that they're taking their patience. Clouda, in particular, could not handle the pressure as Hattie comes out of that boiler spot, baiting out their util, baiting out their positions, and actually gaining a bit of an opportunity to upgrade their gun, at least if they pick up Clouda's gun here.
I'm kind of surprised they don't bother trying to pick up the gun, because Hadal is just right around across the corner. He could have picked it up, but instead holds his position as Expali is calling for his teammates to come up already on towards the B side because that's where they're going to be pushing. McGill's on the driver's seat, being on the first one of line in contact, able to find one, looks for the other. The shots are not hitting for Xbali. He keeps trying, but it just doesn't land. Oh, the Glock, McGill's gonna go for the push for the pistol. He does get it. Hats will fall down after killing one. But with all that said and done, Hadal is the lone survivor.
Yeah, Hadal was over at second mid as the fight was happening over to the B side itself. And now he picked up Clouda's AK, which could be the 1v3 clutch that they're looking for. The superstar PPX has to shine through. Could not hit the shots over to Defaulter, who eventually will tap onto the head. A wallbang headshot to claim the last frag for the 1-5. Completely a different story. We come into this Inferno map expecting the PPX were going to thrive off of the momentum given to them from the previous map, but in the end, Orgless capitalizing on what looks like PPX and their awkward scenario in terms of economy buys. Left and right, literally giving 3 rounds in a row, just having a bit of an unstable economy moving forward, and now this is the only time that I could say that they can contest up against the guns. And a really nice spray towards the smoke, just neutralizing Adal, who, let's face it, hasn't been a threat all throughout this Inferno map. This is a different version of the Adal that we're used to.
Yeah, he's been struggling so much on this map where Orglis 5, no, I don't know, at a certain extent, are they lucky on getting kills through smokes all the time? Or is it just because they predict on how crazy, things has been going on when you go for the cross and Cloud and able to eliminate Avalanche immediately? So it opens up more doors for them towards the A side, and seems like that's where Ember is setting his eyes upon with his entire team, waiting for the push. They already know where the player is going to be. They have the wall bang. Hat's going to get the kill, but they trade things off. Exploder will also fall down too. Sheldon, more or less, is going to save the AWP, as there is a player just around the corner, and that's McGills, who will take the brunt of it. So this gives an indicator on where the player is going to be, and it does look like they're going to hunt him down here. They don't want to give the AWP to the next round.
What a shot. That was an opportunity to kill off Revan, but in the end, it was a chase over to the AWP, and they were successful on denying that weapon entirely. And they don't pick it up for themselves, knowing that the pace has been the weapon for them this time for Orglis. And you could feel the effects on P-Peaks actually getting burnt out by the pace itself, because after the initial exchange of util, after putting a lot of trust into Sheldon and how he's performing with that AWP, he has been getting a lot of that return of investment from the buy that he's had with that AWP in hand. And an aggressive take for Orglis, just seemingly giving them a lot of space to breathe in. Able to actually be patient in every single time, because they're not even the type of team that is aggressing over to how they're playing the map control. Well, it's on how well they're able to play with discipline as well, because if you look at how the first peaks have been going for both teams, P-Peaks have been walking to their crosshairs. It's without flashes, it's without the double peaks, which would have been a really nice counter to these types of scenarios where they're walking into crosshairs, walking into Clouda, who literally is not even moving his crosshair. At least he's expecting that one of these players are gonna try to fish out any sort of momentum. 6-1. A great T-side half so far for Orglis as they get half of the rounds right now. Sheldon, he's trying to peek on, use a lot of that utility to force off a uncomfortable position for McGills. It was very low on HP just to start with in this round.
And they are getting ready to go for the mid push, and there you have it. Riven getting the kill towards Hats already. So this opens up doors towards A, as in the smoke, that's where Hadal is gonna be, but they find him out?
Wow!
Was it the prediction, or did his gun went out of the smoke? It's a big question mark on how things transpired, but still, he could not hide himself from the presence of Orglis 5. I love the wraparound towards the B side instead. They fake it out, Ramon. It's a trap, it's a bait, and they are hooked and reeled in.
Yeah. The 3 versus 4 now for the side of P-Peaks, as they're going to be late to the call. The only decisive call is that they're going to bundle up their numbers, bundle up the guns that they have, and they don't have much to save into the next coming round. So now,
Again?
Now at this point, every time that they kill off an attempt at a retake, an attempt at a defense, it's always through the smoke that stops them in their tracks. Literally the second time in a row that I noticed that one shot towards the smoke literally results into a kill. It happens on the mid side. It happens over to the CT position where P-Peaks were getting ready to defend the side of the map, when in reality, Orglis 5 will get the lucky timings, the lucky shots through the smoke. At this point, we gotta check their PC, man. Yeah, this has been happening pretty often. Or maybe it's just a stroke of luck. A beautiful timing.
It has to be. Predictability. Unless they have something called word EXE, as if you know, you know. Which, by the way, do you think he'll make a comeback? I mean, he's not banned anymore, right?
What are we talking about again?
Oh, please don't tell me you don't know word EXE.
I know word.exe. I know who Forsaken is. I don't know if he's gonna actually make a comeback, because it was a very long time since it happened. I don't think this guy's talking about CSGO anymore.
Because he's unbanned, so we
he's-
don't know. But Banana is gonna be the where they're gonna be pushing as Hadal finally answers back to you. This guy's been really quiet again. There's something on with the smokes. I don't know. Is it not blocking them?
We need another hot fix, ladies and gentlemen. I think the smokes aren't working for this patch right now. And Nadal, he's putting up numbers that we have been trying to look for him time and time again. Picked up a 4K, knocked down by Cloud himself, who has found himself in a 1v3 this time around. Expects the flank from Sheldon. That gives him the runway to take off to the other side of the map. I believe he also has the bomb in his hand, so he just runs on in. Gives a lot of time for him to position his post plant, because if you look at the position from Hats and Avalanche, they're expecting him to go back towards B, but in reality, he's already thinking about either flanking all the way towards the backside of CT or just plant on down. He has 30 seconds to consider. And I mean, he doesn't even hear them at all, so in the back of his mind, he's possibly thinking about cutting off the rotate or just possibly end the round for himself. Just now, this plant coming down. 1v2 scenario for Clouda is he will pick up that post plant.
I was gonna say, could you imagine if he actually just pushes and wraps around towards B and finds the two
That would
that
be
are
a
looking
Giga Chad
behind
moment.
them? You know, that would have been a whole highlight reel, honestly. But nonetheless, though, Clara is gonna get visited as they're both pushing. A lot of sounds though,
You
so
don't know.
if they're not checking properly, they could both fall down. He gets one, he gets his second. Clouda, the man, the myth, the legend. B-Peaks almost seemed like they're finally gonna get around in the first half again, but immediately gets denied with Clouda's phenomenal play.
And at a round where Hadal finally woke up, everybody else from PP just knocked down to the ground thanks to the composure that Clouda has displayed in the server, expecting the flank, and even the one neutralizing the threat inside the B side, who is Hadal. And to finally get the timing inside of that pit position, he gets the 2K. Literally the freest one in his life right now. 1-8, Clouda feels a lot of that heat from the previous round, wants to contest against the AWP, and he gets one over to Avalanche. It's not the up, but it's as good as it can get to get the opening pick.
I think it's gonna be our first time seeing Hadal having the AWP. I mean, this guy has not necessarily been using this gun quite a lot, and he's gonna go for the peak, and that's not gonna be enough, as Riven and McGills will fall down. Orgless 5, they are always in a position where they do not want to be in. Still trying their luck and see on what is the easiest one to take, and that's with Ember opening things up. Ember, like I said, this guy's just insane. Finding those shots, being the guy who opens things up for Orgless 5 to get the A side.
Next Bali is 0-9. He would have had the open opportunity to knock down Ember, but he's feeling the heat. Hadal flashed out of the sky, literally holding the AWP within his grasp. And it's a good thing the default is coming from heaven. And he actually doesn't get hit, but a shot! What a nice way to reconvene down. Another shot again from Hats as well. A 1v2. And Ember, he picked up a beautiful 2K as he entered on into the site, but now has to clutch up a 1v2 this time. And it's up against Hadal. An open hand. He gets one. 1v1 this time for Hats, but he will get shut down. As Ember, he opened up the hope for this guy, but it will be P-Peaks' second round, thanks to Hats and his position. Thanks to how he's able to trade up after Hadal's death, literally. A close round thanks to the adjustment. Ember sealing off that fate, but it was a nice way to get the second round in, coming in for P-Peaks right now. And if you can see the shot from Hadal, the first shot,
that was
could have been everything,
nasty.
but that second, that adjustment was so nice, man.
That was just nasty. And actually, this moment here with Ember, I thought he was going to be able to clutch thing up, but Hats, with a hat trick of his own, able to answer
Dude,
back.
He whiffed the easy shot, but the harder shot was what he took.
Could you imagine? Although they do have this setup here. Otherwise, X-Bali, this guy's not having the time of his life. Oh, and then X-Bali keeps getting picked off again and again. And it looks like gonna be a B split play because guess who's there at the back end of things? I believe that is Ember, or is it Cloud? That Cloud is actually pushing on. Hadal getting the kill towards Riven, and has as well understanding that there was someone lurking from behind. A good up play from this team.
Yeah, literally the comp from Avalanche coming in clutch right here, and Avalanche just knowing that he's going to be coming from that direction and expected of him. Sheldon could not get the shot through. His second from Avalanche, and he's picking up more. This guy is hungry to get a closer first half so far. And this is as good as it can get from him. What a nice point of communication from everybody on PP. Just an effort to take down that banana control and finally getting themselves the rat inside of that CT spawn, which would have been a very pivotal moment for Cloud if he was able to convert through with that double peek on, but did not expect that Hats was there to actually be aware of his positioning. 3-8. Peaks fighting back with everything that they have. And it's all on this last round of the first half where the difference should be made in terms of the round coupling.
Always feels like P-Peaks have been struggling on their CT side. We did see that quite a bit on towards Vertigo, but you know, they're just gonna try and get as much rounds as they can. As when they are on the D side, things do change. And Avalanche, what? Hello? This guy does not need any eyes because his bullets just hit the bodies all the damn time. And McGills is all alone now. That quick, Ramon. That quick.
Well, it's also that quick when they take care of X-Bali, who just dies for the 11th round, but it's okay, because now it's the 1v3 this time, and Sheldon loses the fight against McGill's. Now it becomes a 1v2 that could be the start of the show for him, but could not win the shot yet again. Hadal, time and time. Well, it took him a long time to wake up from the deficit that he's found himself in, but in the 4th round win, he picks up, I believe it is his 11th kill so far. But Avalanche, if they needed a hero, this guy is definitely something of a warden when it came to holding down the site for his own. A beautiful flash from McGill's that didn't really amount to much, because literally he was just spraying on the same spot. He didn't touch the flash, mind you, but he kept his cool.
Ooh.
We have a highlight reel for every whiff, every mishap that X-Bali had all throughout the BO3.
Could you imagine? That would be too much. Anyway, August 5, Riven gonna get the kill for Sheldon. And they're gonna continue pushing towards apps. They're not really checking from the back end of things out towards the roof. But it doesn't matter on balcony side, they're just falling down like ducks. X-Bali is left alone. He already has a kill of his own. Looking for another if he can land those shots, but it doesn't seem so. As August 5 with advantage with the bonus probably coming up. As it goes 9-4, we're getting closer and closer, potentially seeing maybe a map number 3 here, Ramon.
I'm just hoping that production didn't save the last clip of him whiffing his shots, because he actually did his best here. Revan with that nice one tap, and to follow up through, even though they were flashed, almost like they picked up where they left off from how they're able to dodge away from Avalanche. They still had a good opening here. 9-4. Deagle shots in yet again for Pete Peaks, and they're all relying upon winning the fight against Revenue. He's doing a good job of puncturing the wound onto the mid side itself. That's a late smoke dealt down by Orgus 5 just to prevent them from taking any sort of banana control. X-Bali, he attempted to get himself the one tap over to the apartment's push, but nevertheless, you can feel that Peak Peaks are doing their best to try to get a bit of a pick. But in this regard, they're giving a lot of space to Orgus 5, who were the ones to put the early smokes down, and they're using it to push.
I mean, look at their position already. They're already close to T ramp. They're at bottom mid, so they know they're getting choked out on living room, balcony, and they have to make a play. And the moment that they do, they're kind of pinned on already. By the way of the position and coming from Orgless 5, they're just waiting for them as they're just sitting duck stuck at their spawn area. Close by ledge. There you have it. They're gonna go for the push and the spray control from McGills. Hello there, everybody. Make it easy. As Orgless 5 able to shut things off immediately. This amount of space that they had was just too much.
You can tell that the comms were on point too, because once they fully confirmed that everybody was not even trying to take that banana control anymore, they give up that ledge space. The smoke was perfect as well. And let's face it, even if they didn't even attempt to aggress, they could be just comfortable taking the crossfire to them. And yeah, I mean, P-Peaks are struggling on the T side just because of Orgless and how well they're able to control that space of the map. Every time that they have the advantage, is communicating like, yeah, this should be the game plan. Crossfires in check, put the smoke down early on just so that we have the space to work with. And this formula of success has been working out, especially when they won the pistol, they got the buy round. Now you can see that Miguel's has actually been the linchpin for what has been the success for the Orgless squad so far. He's not the fire starter, but he definitely is a very influential figure. And P-Peak should be looking for that one guy who should also be the linchpin for their success. And it was Nadal the first game. But right now, it's not looking too bright, is it?
It's like the fire in him has been closed off. You know, we're not seeing him shine as most, because he's a player who does shine when possible. But Nadal, from a disastrous start, maybe this is the start for him to change things out in the second half. Which, by the way, it's just so difficult. Honestly, it's gonna be their buy round, and they have to play in absolute perfection, like they did last time, where they won 6 rounds in a row. And
This is what you call the duality of man, JT. This is, you can put up 32 kills on the first map, but then will it be the same story when you head into the second map? I mean, sometimes it's because of a number of factors. It's because maybe you're comfortable on one map and not the other, but it could also be factored into because of the long tech pause that was forced onto the second map.
could be,
Maybe
could
both.
be, or it's so hard to like craft it. But he got the kill again through the smoke. He did.
Huh.
Cloud of dead through the smoke. I don't know. How come when there's smokes of mine and I spam it, I don't get kills? Meanwhile, Emperor, he's just running and gunning. He wants to go for more. But will fall down. Haas is able to pick off. And things are looking good for P-Peaks right now. They're turning things differently as Hats will find one and they're gonna find another with Hadal on above the box. Or just 5. You know, I mean, it was a round you were... they wouldn't really care if they lose or or win. But for P-Peaks, this really helps them to slowly climb that deficit that they are on.
Yeah. And I saw 5,000 for McGill's, and I thought it was going to be the bonus round for them, except they're going to decide to relegate themselves back into the MP9. So Defaulter and McGill's, are they going to bundle up together just to have the strong control over Banana? I believe that is going to be the case. Early smoke down. Apartment's already in full control just because of that one molly as well. You got the fundamentals down, but you got to supply Hadal with as much information as possible. He's already found himself inside of that apartments right now. And this is the most confident I've seen Hadal be all throughout this Inferno game. They already inserted him inside of a very important spot in an Inferno map right now. But the Orgless are relying upon this double stack up on the MP9s. This banana control has been pivoted away. Now they're just going to try to relegate themselves in towards that B side extremity now. Will Hadal be the insurance policy, or will he actually be that first priority? Because they could actually rotate to his position if he gets that first pick off.
They are taking their sweet time here. Could be a big push towards Banana, but the Molly kind of stops him at the tracks immediately. As McGill's able to buy some time for his teammate. They're gonna go for the peak and try to dodge the flash, but instead was just too late. Again, they're gonna go look from above. They're not checking the corners. Could have been big. Ember will probably fall down. As Lauda from the other side of things spots the guy from above. His body falls down and has answers back. Back on the 2v2. Did you know where the other player is gonna be at? And that's towards Garden. Hoping to get a shot down. I swear, if Sheldon shoots through the smoke and gets a kill, there's something wrong in this game.
There's something wrong with their PCs, man. I can feel it. It's a 2v2, and they could actually kind of bundle up together. But Sheldon, it's not through the smoke anymore. At least he expects where he's going to be coming from, and Hats is going to fall with a second frag as well. So Pete Peaks, off the reset, will finally come with a breakthrough. And it's off the back of their clearing on this Banana control. The read was there as well. They knew that the MP9s were not going to be enough. And despite Heroic's run defaulter, he actually did a really good job of buying a lot of time inside of that B side itself, while Clouda picked up all the pieces that he could pick up. Just wasn't enough to call upon the win. So the 10-6 for Pete Peaks. Round per round, they're going to try to build themselves back up. It is the 5-man pistol for Orgless. The best case scenario for Pete Peak is if they run in towards that ace side defense. But I mean, every single entry point is an open season for Pete Peaks right now if they don't hesitate. But Orgless are not to be underestimated. So I kind of like this decision to play a little bit with a little bit more discipline.
A lot of respect from PPX, making sure that they don't give things away. The AUG will be okay. He has to get the kill. There was Clouda. Clouda falling down immediately. What? Really? That's his third? Oh, it is. Congratulations, Xbali. He's stepping up. One by one, he's getting there. And it could be, actually, that's an impactful kill as well. So, Clouda being gone, the nuisance of having a alert is finally off. But still, the utils are there. It's a stack already on towards the B side. They're already going to even check their corners. They're not. They're shambling into pieces. McKilly's able to at least get a couple Ember as well. But nonetheless, 3v1 on towards Ribbon, who is just pretty damn far. Gotta go from Banana. Maybe look for exit frags. I think that's what you're gonna look for, right? Exit frags. That's all you can really hope for. Or
can.
But you're still gonna want to get that loss bonus though, so you don't necessarily want to survive.
Yeah. And I think he's gonna get trailed behind anyway. So Hats. Only a matter of time before he can get himself the one tap here. He spots him, and he gets him in the end. Gets the final exclamation mark in the round right now, 7-10. Trailing behind over to Orgless, who don't have the best amount of money, best amount of buys coming into this. Actually, never mind. I think this could be competitive. The lost bonus has given access to the 4 rifles for Miguel's Ember, Cloud, and Revan to actually buy up the A1Ss, the A4s that they need to contest them. Now, the biggest question for me here is if they're going to give Banana for free now, because they have a tri-stack coming in. They're going to have the most amount of utility to supply that much pressure towards the defense. Early smoke down, that kind of tells me that they want to take this a little bit too closely. Trades on for the needs as well. The mall needs are about to expire. So Orgless 5, we're going at it with a proactive push over to the defensive side, but Apartment's push also dealt with. Peaks are going to have the time of day to take that space as well. And it's all on this position from Ember that can tip the scales if they actually push outside of Boiler. So Hadal, he has to do his due diligence. Dealing with a crossfire. Doesn't have a smoke in hand. Well, he does, but that will give his position up.
It's gonna be hard, actually. The crossfire there is pretty damn good. So, I don't think that's the way to go. They're still testing the waters, hoping if they can find the pick-off. But the shots through the smoke kind of gives an indication But there's one player there. He able to get one, but could not convert to another. I believe he tagged down quite a bit towards Ember on his foot, but it's still not enough for a confirmed next volley, though. He is looking. Scoped on. Eyes on the prize. Eyes of the tiger. Jiggle beacon, I believe. They're not going to move.
Using the SSG to perfection right now, and he does not expect the guy to peek on from the pet position. And now the converts on through. The push coming in as well for Peaks. Avalanche opening up the site. Now that's a good thing for them. Hats, he's a smoke criminal. Never expected from his position right now. Hats, he doesn't want to get any more. He's attempting to get the peek onto the CT position. An Avalanche, an unknown quantity, an anomaly inside Church. He gets one, but Clouda will get the refrag. Sheldon pushing a little bit too closely. It's all up to Clouda right now. Has to clear the dark corner and doesn't know that one's already at the other side of the map as well. A 1v1. Cheese on in. Hat's so low on HP as well. But you can say the same for Clouda, who wins the 1v1! And off the brink right here, he has the kit. He can stick on the defuse. And Orgless 5 on the back of Clouda will clutch up with 7 HP and a dream. 4 kills for Clouda in the round. And a pivotal mistake for Hadal, never expecting the high-low setup. And a bit of an adjustment for Clouda as well. Avalanche could have ended the round right here, right now. But this round's about to haunt them because this would have been the 8th round for them if he locked down that last frag by Clouda. Literally balls of steel.
I feel like this is the biggest problem for Peaks is that when you take duels, it's just one player. So there's no trade-off. And that was a round that they were supposed to win on a 3v1. If they're only able to swing together or position on a crossfire, which, by the way, Orgless 5 has been doing time and time again. And I'd love to see that on the side of Peaks because this could have been their way of climbing that momentum. Now, because of that loss, I think it's just gonna continue piling up on Orgless 5 to take more rounds there. As Hadal will get the kill towards Defaulter, but Clouda, same Riven, they do find their own sets of kills as Hadal continues to push, finds Clouda, who has been a nuisance on the side on Peaks. Gonna continue on, set forward, just around the corner. Ramon Tete's gonna spot him out.
There is no way. There is no way that this guy's more confident than this right now. He's going to get run on down just for McGillis to pick up the pieces for them. And he runs back into the A side itself. But Sheldon, he's in a pivotal position. He hasn't been spotted. The sound cue's there. He peeks on in and never expected Sheldon to be that close right now. 2v2. Ember, right place, right time. Perfect flash yet again. This guy is showing up big. And Sheldon, he picks up where Hadal has left off. 1v2 this time for Revan. Oppenhan has already gotten the first blood from the round right now, but now has to clutch up the 1v2.
Oh,
there was no
peak.
Reason for you to peek there, Sheldon.
Oh, again!
Avalanche, but Revan, in the most dire situations, he picks up his beating heart and gets himself the double kill. Orgless 5 are on the brink of bringing us to map number 3. What a 1v3 clutch from this guy.
I think this goes to the pressure coming from Orgless 5. You know, it's just that they couldn't contain it. And Peaks, they were an advantage in the 1v2. All you had to do was set up a crossfire and that would be it. That would be all she wrote, right? He only had an AWP. Even if he had a normal gun, with a proper crossfire setup, you know, that would have been the game changer there, but I don't know, this type of mistakes, it's minor, but it turns out to be a major mistake instead.
Top shot running down, and Sheldon full confidence to spray on yet again. It does not have enough time. Hats will pick up the second as Defaulter, again, another kill through the smoke. This has been the story all throughout the game. And Peaks want to extend the game right here, right now. Plant coming in as well. As they got the crossfire established, they got another chance at life. Clouda trying to clear in and out of the smoke.
Oh, he did see
He
the
hasn't
car.
found out where the others
He
going to be
did
coming
see
from.
each
The Oh my god, Hadal would have actually gotten the freest frag right now, a 2v1, and it's all up to X-Bali. Only has the Deagle shots in, but he could not get the adjustment. A 13-7. As ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on into the third map. Mirage is upon us.
Unbelievable. We're going back to Mirage. What a way, what a way, what a way. I mean, as straightforward it is going to be Orgless 5. Somehow, some way, their map pick, it does wonders. It does so much wonders.
It's crazy. I mean, looking at this map and how these clutch situation would have made the biggest difference in that map. But yeah, I feel like sometimes the experience and just knowing how to play clutch rounds or retake rounds just played to perfection there from Orgless 5, and they take us to Mirage, which is gonna be a tough one. But you know, it's always nice to end it with Mirage. Ramon, it looked like it was going so well, and then it didn't. What happened there in Inferno?
Yeah, I mean, you could respect P-Peaks who were trying their best to actually salvage as much as they can over to the T side, but it was a few amount of failed clutches. It was a lot of rounds thrown away to the wayside thanks to Orgless and their positioning, thanks to a lot of rounds where P-Peaks never really needed to re-peak in time. You remember Sheldon, who stepped up in moments where he actually got really good entries, and even in those scenarios where they got 2v4 wins, in the final moments they just kind of overcook. In a lot of moments where it would have been a free round for P-Peaks and would have been a lot closer if they're able to stick to their fundamentals and run away with the game, especially with Hadal actually finally woken up and finally finding his form. Avalanche also being the consistent player all throughout this Inferno game, but it all came crumbling down just because they were overheated by the end of it.
What are your thoughts, JT, on that map?
A lot of, I guess, I feel like it may be minor, but it looks like a major mistake, is that when they are always at an advantage, they put themselves in a disadvantage, right? All you have to do is just play with your crossfire. You go for a double swings, like these type of things, but they don't do that at all. They go for the 1v1s, they overpeak, they overstep their boundaries, makes it easier, especially that round where they were up against Riven, who had an AWP. And all they had to do was just hold their corners and wait for him to push. But instead, they go for the aggressive peek, get picked off immediately, and the other player was just out in the open, like a sitting duck, made it easier for Riven to get the final kill. So, like, these type of things, you can't just do that, or else Orioles will just take advantage. There could have been a lot of rounds taken by P-Peaks if they didn't have these overcookingness, where instead, it kills them in the back.
Right, so to summarize that map is just clutch situations, retake situations, out of position mainly, and maybe lack of experience or pressure of the game itself when it comes to P-Peak and handling these situations. And, you know, of course, utilizing that and taking advantage of that would be Orgless 5. Now, if we want to head over to Mirage and talk a little bit about Mirage, I'm looking at P-Peaks. Last time they played this in the quarterfinal, they managed to win 13-11, and it wasn't an easy map. They had a good lead, 8-4, and then almost went to overtime when it ended at 7-5. So it went down to the last couple of rounds. So this is not a fun map for P-Peaks, even though they had a good side. I think it was 8-4. I'm not entirely sure about Orgless 5 though, and their strength on Mirage. But I mean, by now we already have an idea about these teams and how they play. And yep, no Mirage, they didn't play Mirage this tournament. So, you know, after seeing Vertigo and after seeing the previous map Inferno, now we head into Mirage. Ramon, when it comes to, you know, the styles of playing and the confidence levels, man, who do you think has a slight advantage going into Mirage? And I think knife matters because whoever starts in CT might have a slight advantage. But do you feel like Orgless 5 here maybe have the edge, or it's still 50-50?
I think it's a no-brainer at this point, right? I mean, they're running with the momentum. They've shown that they have good mental coming in from that Inferno map as well. And I think they stepped up their communication because in a lot of situations where they got the win, it's off of good rotation timing as well. So in my side, if they do win the knife and get to CT, it's gonna be one heck of a bloodbath. And I don't think PPX will have any sort of say at this point in time because I feel like a lot of the start players didn't really step up too much. Hadal really didn't make a lot of noise up until the last few rounds where it was a little too late. But for Orgless and how well they're able to synergize from that Inferno map alone and how communicating as a team as well has been on point for them so far, I think it will be the same story at this point. And I mean, I'm going to be expecting a few of their star players to be at the same roles. I think McGill's is going to be their connector player. I think if somebody's going to pick up that EWP, Revan has been pretty hot on his heels with that EWP right now. And I guess Defaulter, on his calling, pretty pristine. I think this guy is leading with a system, and a system that works against the playstyle of PPX has been working out so well.
JT, do you think if, we notice like this, if there is the star player doesn't shine on Team PPX, then they struggle. I mean, Hadal, yes, played well, but he played very late. He got into the game a bit late, and I fear for Team PPX if their star players don't, go on fire early on in this game, they might struggle. And I don't necessarily, and you kept emphasizing on that it doesn't necessarily apply to Team Orgless 5 because they play as a team and there's always like consistency between the players. So if Hadal doesn't play well in the beginning of this, let's say the first half, are we gonna see PPX struggling in this game, or we might see some new players stepping up, or it might be more team play in Mirage? What are your thoughts on this?
I feel like if they're gonna go on the T side, it's gonna be a lot of execution wise on how well they can really do. I think that's what we have yet to really see them shine on in the side of PPX is the way they use their utilities. They have to really, because this map is basically emphasizing on how important utilities are gonna be on taking control and entering site or defending the site. So if you can't do the fundamentals and you only rely to your star player and he's not showing up, then it's so difficult because not only did Hadal didn't show up, X-Bali was stuck with 0 and 8, I believe, for the longest time in the first half. This guy could not get a kill. I think 0-10. And the only time he got a kill was in the second half, which went like three kills, I believe. 4 in total. Okay, wow. Like you can really tell like how much they will struggle if they don't set the pacing right. They don't set the momentum right. So in Mirage, they need to really put a statement out there that not only can they frag, but they can also do execution properly. Because if you can't execute, then I have no clue how you're going to be able to enter a single site.
All right, so yeah, I mean, execution-wise, this map it's all about the smokes. Even though I noticed in Inferno, there was a lot of moments where players were pushing through smoke randomly, It wasn't like a plan push through smoke. They just walk in the smoke. And it was quite weird because some of them actually worked because you're like, what the hell? What is this guy doing? And then some other times it was an easy kill. So there is a slight randomness as well when it comes to that. But I mean, Mirage is one of those maps where there's gonna be lots of smokes, especially whether it's in connector or on the A-bomb side. I doubt we're gonna see a lot in B, but there's probably gonna be a lot in A. And I'm looking also at the scoreboard. The last map it was 8-4 for Team Orgless 5, and I believe Orgless 5, when they have a good start, they usually continue on that. But when they struggle in the beginnings, they could lose a lot of rounds, and then they have to step up big time when they do the the swapping of the sides. But Mirage, I would assume whoever's gonna win the knife is probably gonna go for the CT side. And so far, Ramon, on CT side, who is more convincing to you?
Oh man, I mean, I think all throughout like the qualifier, we already talked about like the strength of the CT side for Orgless, not only in this Mirage map, but as a team as a whole, they really have established roles all throughout, and it kind of tells me that they have been playing those roles to a point where they have perfected it. If I do say so myself, right? It's already been shown on the Inferno map, and we kind of saw glimpses of that when we started on this first game as well. So really, it all will come down to composure, and in the mental game where that Inferno map really went balls to the wall, really coming down to those clutches. I think in those mental games, Orgless 5 as the CT team that they have been so far will really shine through if they do win this knife.
And on the other side, Ramon, do you think the T side is good for Team PPX?
That's a very hard question. That will come down to their execution, and I'm looking at Avalanche to actually keep stepping up. He is one of the lower rated players on the side of PPX in terms of his faceit level, but he did a really good job of being the consistent man for the team, and that's because not only was he the second man for the squad, but he's been utilizing the util very well, even at a low bar for the squad. So if he continues, he will be a pivotal member, but in my eyes, on the T side, it will be a very high bar for them to conquer.
Yeah, this is one of these maps where you heavily rely on utility and executions, and just looking forward how that's gonna be. Are we gonna see some random pushes through smoke, or we're gonna see some, respecting to the smokes, especially on the CT side? But how about aim duels, JT? When it comes to the game, when it comes to aim duels, do you think there's a team that has more firepower than the other?
Orgless 5, definitely 100%, 1000%, I would say. If you saw the Inferno map, no doubt in my mind, these guys, we were aiming non-stop. PPX, I felt like they've been struggling. If their star player doesn't shine, they all struggle together. And it feels like that's just the story as a whole. Now coming on towards this map, Orgless 5, we have seen so much brilliance coming from them, from McGills, from Clara, Defaulter, Revan, Ember. Everybody, since the beginning, even if their first map didn't really do good, but a lot of their players are still consistent in their performance. So when it comes to map number 3, I think that consistency as a team, like you said, as a unit, they are definitely I would say a much 20% ahead, I would say, of PPX.
All right, interesting. And I'm actually taking a look at the playoffs. At the moment, we have 6 teams, and I believe there is 2 Indian teams. We have God's Reign and Victor's Thomas. And then we have Wahwah, Star Boys, and Aim Stars, who are mainly a Pakistani team. And then we have Team Impact, Get Lucky and Art and these guys. So they're going to be joined by another Indian team here, which is Orgless 5, and another Pakistani team, which is going to be PPX. So we have a healthy combination of teams from South Asia, and we have one representative from UAE. It's going to be an interesting playoffs when it happens. I really can't predict who's going to be the top, and I'm not sure how the bracket is going to go, but surely there's going to be some fire matchups. And I think at the moment we are also looking at the knife round. It's probably starting, so check with production who won the knife, because it's actually very important. Whoever starts on the CT side is probably going to have a slight advantage when it comes to just being more comfortable going into that map. And it looks like PPX won the knife. So they're going to be, I hope they're going to be starting on the CT side. Otherwise, it would be
trolling.
Yeah, it would be
a surprise, a big surprise, honestly.
So there we have it. So PPX on the CT side. You guys talked about, Ramon, you spoke about them maybe not being so good on the CT side, while, let's say Orgless 5 were much better on the CT side than them, but this is Mirage. This is a map where some players are more comfortable in playing, because it's a much easier map to play than, for example, Vertigo or Ancient or Anubis or one of these maps. So PPX on the CT side, on Mirage, do you believe they're going to have a strong CT side, Ramon?
Well, I think Mirage is a map that everybody knows how to play on the fundamental level. It just comes down to if they're able to hold that to the absolute perfection. Because now that they know that they're going to be starting on CT, PPX, in my mind, is an execute-heavy team. But starting on CT, they'll be put in a position where they're not going to be... it's not gonna be their start, or it's not gonna be the play style that they're usually winning every single time. Because let's face it, in the T side was where they're usually gonna be winning up against. So they're kind of placing up against a wall. But if they do well on the CT position, then I'm gonna be pleasantly surprised.
In JT, you know, these guys as well, Orgless 5 are starting on the T side. They weren't so good on the T side in the previous maps. But on Mirage, do you believe they're going to do better than before?
Yeah, like I said, it's one of the OG maps, right? So everybody knows what the play is and what to do. There's not going to be really being different other than emphasis on the mid control, or if they're going to go for the push towards A, the execution towards A is very crucial. So I do believe that they have ample amount of talent to pass through this or to go up against, you know, their enemy team. And Orgless 5 is a team that I feel like would be favored to win this one.
All right, so I think we are about to head into the game. Last prediction for this playoffs, guys. Give it to me really quick.
13-5 for Orgless 5.
13-8 Orgless 5.
Wow, so everyone's on Orgless 5. Okay, this time I'll go with P-Peaks, and I'm going to say 13-10. All right, boys, enjoy, and hopefully we see a banger of a final.
And we are up. Map number 3 between P-Peaks versus Orgless 5 here, Ramon. Heavy emphasis on defending mid, or they could possibly just rush towards A, but a more standard play instead as they test the waters and see if they can get any pickups here, huh?
They don't have anybody on mid top, so that's telling me that they're gonna try to take that underpass control with the 1-for-1 setup, and with a lack of control over towards connector. I mean, they double stacked up those two players on the B side, so that's a free entry on in towards connector. Literally nobody's gonna contest that unless Sheldon decides to jump out of that heaven spot, which I really find unlikely to do. I think this is a nice time for Orgless 5. They're already inside of the site right now.
They got boosted. There's already one guy there in jungle. It's gonna be Clouda. Yes, they are on the side. McGill's will be taking the first blood towards Hedal, falling down already. McGill's for the double. Make it a triple. Go for the quad as he does. The Terminator is here, and he's not here to play. Hats left alone on an island. What can he do but nothing at all? The Falter is able to answer that back. I can't believe that quad kill. Gone for McGill's. Quick and easy work. Look at it. Taps. Tap, tap, tap. Dead. Tap. Dead. Another tap. Dead. Oh my gosh. Flawless play there coming from Orgless 5.
And this is a philosophy that I kind of want to put out on broadcast. Even though this is a CT-sided map, it's only CT-sided if you actually have good CT positioning in the pistol round. Because they literally had nobody on that connector control. And Clouda already bounces off, gets the kill. A second again. And this time Orgless 5 literally in the driver's seat, ramming in towards P-Peaks right now and cannot do anything but die. One by one by the AKs already picked up by majority of the Orgless 5 players, and come on, man. Nobody on connector from the pistol round, and they're all peeking again towards that mid-top position, thinking that they can have a fight, a chance over towards the AKs right now, which literally is a great investment for Orgless 5 because they were almost flawless in taking everything in that pistol round right here. A great start, a great showing, and P-Peaks have to be everything in this buy round right now as they fully invest into this round.
I love it. The way they're executing, the way they're controlling, the pacing. It's just phenomenal coming from the side of Orgless 5, and it could possibly be an A hit. They go for the peak. Oh, did he see there from the ticket? Oh, I don't think so. Xbali will be able to at least find McGill's, who, by the way, was so good during the pistols. But Xbali being able to find a frag, but will fall down right below, though. That is where Hats is waiting. He's going for the peak. They know where he's at. Revan spots him out. And Cloud is same as well. Gets the kill towards Hats from the ticket booth. Sheldon and Avalanche left alone. And they have a lot of utilities left remaining. Avalanche falls down. He goes for the push. Oh, Sheldon, he finds two. 1v2 now. But they peak at the same time. 3-0. Flawless victory, I would say, from Orgless 5.
Yeah.
As that is gonna put
And
PPX on the back end of things here, Ramon.
I I don't want to be a Debbie Downer for PPX, but if you consider the position from their CT side right now, it's not in the best case scenario because if you look at that, they don't have a connector player. So every time the defaulter is taking that mid control, it's for free. They could easily just smoke off that sniper's nest and make that a non-factor. And since he's relegating themselves over to the jungle position, which is already smoked out from the stairs guy, mind you, as well, they wouldn't have any sort of defense on defaulter, who isn't the star of the show, but he's one of the things that they need to consider if they want to play that retake scenario. Good
Juicy.
God.
Damn.
That's a 3-0 so far for the Orgless side, neutralizing the buy that they had. Oh my, okay.
Oh, they have a highlight reel for X-Bally.
No way. I was joking when I said that we should make a highlight reel for him. They actually did it. Best production ever. I meant that, guys.
I'm crying.
This is great. This is great.
Jeez.
This is great.
Note to self: never join this tournament because I'm gonna get a highlight reel of my own.
No. Can we take a look at the X-Bally right now? His face. I'm talking about his face. Can you take a look at him right now?
His character.
My guy needs a pat on the back.
Well, this guy needs a lot more than a pat on the back. He'd be struggling, but now let's see how well they can answer back, though. Let's be honest here. Orgless 5, they have been playing phenomenal with the control on towards mid. And X-Bally, I don't know, something about him looks really sad right now. It's okay.
There.
It's okay. We'll get through this together, X-Bally. Okay, we're gonna see your highlights. You're gonna get a ace. You're gonna get a kill on all of those. Not this highlights.
No.
I meant we're gonna get the best highlights where you get an ace, you get a kill, all those 1Ds. I believe in you. As P-Peaks, they're gonna answer back. Like you said though, the positioning, let's be honest, is not necessarily there. As Driven, he gets killed with X-Bally already! We were gonna say that he's gonna go do Signs of Life here. But dies first for the greater good though, as they do get the kill towards Driven. So that answers back a lot of things, but the B-push, that's where they're going. From apps, from middle, they're gonna go and see what they can do. The Molly will be pushing back. Avalanche is, by the way, 17 HP, and a team one shot is all it takes, and they do get it. Sheldon falls down as well, as Hats and Hadal are left alone here.
Yeah, and putting the pedal to the metal now. Finding the holes in the defense. Hadal will at least be the final lifeline for the P-Peak side. They get the access to the upgrade, but Cloudo will shut that down. 1v3. Deagle spotted, and Hats, he picks up the upgrade, but could not pull out the AK in time. That's another round for Orgless 5. They do diligence, just...
I think Ramon just suddenly disappeared. Ramon! Were you offered to X-Bally? Where'd you go, buddy? He disappeared. I think Ramon took a stand here. I'm not gonna see this highlights anymore. Broski X-Bally. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna be fine, everybody. So we are still setting things forward. It is gonna be their buy round. Although that smoke has been flawless towards Nest. Not necessarily being able to use it to connect or push though. They're doing something different here. Hoping to take control with the amount of smokes that they have on towards mid. Mid control is quite big. It opens a lot of doors in this map alone. So time is of the essence. Avalanche, ooh, he gets one. That's Ember falling down. Sheldon is also looking just right around the corner. Pop one out. Easy pickings. I think this is it. All they needed was Ramon to... as they're gonna be able to find those kills. Look at a 2v4, but has to hear him just around the corner, spot him down, and kill him now. Orgless 5. Still pretty okay, fine and dandy. Not necessarily that afraid. The shot shoot apps from Defaulter coming from B short, not enough to convert to a kill. So now we have Cloud, hoping to see on what he can do. As they're still holding down. Hadal, he gets hit by the nade. They're gonna go for the push. Cloud, are they ready for the swing? It seems like they're not! They lined up! Oh, the inconsistency! B-Peaks, they find it. All because of the amazing placements coming from Avalanche and Sheldon on towards apps. And then they continue to take the control as Hadal finishes them off, mows them down. So signs of life coming from B-Peaks. Not necessarily the most ideal victory, but you know, you gotta take with what you have. You do have the AWP this time around. Gonna be pretty interesting to see on how Revan is gonna be able to play this as well, as he does also have the AWP. They kind of step back on towards the A side. We did see them do quite a lot on the A side, heavy damage, but maybe just a bit too cautious. Although Cloud, I love this position of Cloud. He knows someone's going to be pushing from Palace. He's waiting. Will Hats even look towards the left side, or is he just going to hold it? No, I'm sure Hats would like to get more information if he goes for the peak, but he's just going to hold it down. Going to wait and hope to get a pick off. Revan gets to go towards X-Bali. Footsteps have been heard. Okay, so now he can get out from Palace and go for the push, but still holds it. Instead, go for the push on towards the CT spawn. Hadal getting the kill towards Falter. The AW from Revan. He finds another. He continues to do a lot of damage, but they're not going to be able to spot the guy from Palace. They don't know there's a flank. They're going to catch them by surprise. Unless Clouda actually gets a kill. No way, Clouda. Don't say. He does get it. He sniffs him out. Now from Ticket Flute. They're looking through the smoke, they're spraying and praying. Hadal gets the kill towards Clouda, but from behind is where McKills is gonna be at. Revan with that amazing shot. They tag him down though. Avalanche is rather low. One shot is all it takes. The arms are missing. It goes for the repeat. 5-1. Orgless 5. Unfreaking believable. Playing phenomenal. And Mirage, and this is a statement if I've ever seen one. Just because of how well they have been doing. Now the question is, can they continue on the stomp that they are doing? B-Peaks, I feel like they're just a bit too afraid to commit on making, you know, bigger plays. As you can tell. Although on Underpass, there is one player that can catch them off guard. He goes for the push, but he dies instead. It's Hadal! The element of surprise is gone, as well as Cloud getting the kill towards Hats. He was trying to jump above. Expaliance is back with his AWP, but the damage has been done. They are going for A. They do have the necessities to go for the plant. X-Bali. He doesn't know where the other player is going to be, but Revan sniffs him out. Just a better sniper. A better opper. Eagle eyes on the prize. Sheldon and co. I mean, what's the play? Save your guns? Is that necessarily the best thing you can do? It seems so. Even willing to use the utilities to try to catch him by surprise. Sheldon on towards Market. Waiting for the push to come. Well, up close and personal, he gets a kill towards Defaulter. Could even look for more. Sheldon gets a kill to McGills. Could go for an upgrade. Will he be able to find it? It seems so. As Revan is the only survivor from the team, but they still win another round, 6-1. Convincingly at that. And a lot of money still up and running. Although, in terms of utilities, I believe not everybody can buy their own set of utils. or just maybe defaulter actually. To a certain extent, though, PPX, they gotta understand what they're doing. I mean, they had the element of surprise, but the whiffs, the shots, it's just not landing. As Revan, ooh, pushes through the fire. I mean, he's literally on fire. As McGill's pushes through the connector. There's nobody watching connector. That's the issue here. Ember getting the kill towards X-Bali. Nobody watching connector has been the main issue on this side from PPX on the way they're defending it. They leave it open up for the taking, even if there's a smoke poison nest. Defaulter getting the kill towards the tower from towards the CT. And a flick shot tags him down quite a bit. Oh, tried to throw the nade. Meanwhile, back kills. Spots a player from connector. That's Hats. Going for the wall bang. You find the kill to Avalanche. One more remaining. And through the smoke, they're firing. It's a firing squad. That is that squad. Wait for the knife kill. Cheeky play. I wouldn't say you had to do that. McGill's will be the closer here, though. Azorgless 5, 7-1. PPs.
Hello?
Oh, I thought they whatchamacallit, Ramon. I thought they gave your soul to X-Bali.
Really? Has that been the story
Yeah.
of the game so far?
No, because Orglis 5 has been destroying PPX. And they even went for a cheeky play there with a knife.
Yeah, I see. And I thought he was gonna have a shining moment. I thought he was gonna have a golden opportunity to turn his life around with the highlight reel. But it's a welcome back for me, and a welcome back as well to Orglis 5, who definitely are at the brink of turning this upside down. X-Bali gets the opening frag, an op shot. Oh, from downtown. That's a nice way to start off your frag, and he has to take control of that connector spot as well. Good thing that Hats is there as well to catch the player on Palace if he actually decides to peek on. X-Bali is in a very open spot at least, so it's on Hats for him to take the shot, and X-Bali with the headshot on the up as well. But Cloud actually makes his position known now, so it's a 2v4. And PPX, they've done a really good job of supplying these resources for X-Bali. He's done 3 kills in the blink of an eye just with this op.
Yeah, he's been doing really well, but I feel like the position sometimes from PPX where they open up connector too much has been a risky move. At the same time, they are going for pickoffs here. They do know that there's a player from Ramp, and that's Clouda. Just a phenomenal game sense. Although the C4, he gets 2 from the spawn! They turn it around! Clouda, the beast! The legend! This guy has no chill. He's gonna look for it. He might as well get it. You know where the player is gonna be. He takes a gun. He takes the AWP. Goes for the peek. Goes for the play. Towards stairs. Will he go up? No, he goes down. Ember just around the corner. He hears the footsteps. Oh, he misses the shot. The AWP. No, enough for the ace. Clouda gets the 5K.
A complete shutdown of what must have been a shining moment for X-Bali. The hero getting 4 kills in the round. But ultimately, it all came down to how well Clouda has clutched up, and he has clutched up big. This guy getting the ace clutch in the round for Orglis 5. And it would have been a beautiful start for PPX in their momentum, but ultimately shut down just because of heroics. When in doubt, you all calm down to Clouda. And Defaulter, who only gets up that one, but X-Bali will get the 1-for-1 trade-off. As PPX will climb back up, see if they can get themselves the momentum ringing down. Orglis 5 had found multiple opportunities to shut down any sort of momentum, any sort of fire left in the hearts of PPX so far. And it all banking on that flank coming down from Sheldon, who is so low on HP, but sometimes you don't really need HP if you're coming up for the backstab.
It always feels like they understand that there's always someone lurking. That's Clouda, who keeps watching the flank, and I think he's gonna be able to spot one. He does. Sheldon will fall down. I don't know, Organs 5, it kind of seems like they understand how PPX have been playing. They're reading them like a book, and the up shot, it's perfect from Revan. As they're able to get that one down, PPX again in trouble. Just on how well Orglas has been. Hats is just left alone. Let's see how things will go though. B side. He's gotta save the he's gotta save the AK, right? Unless he goes for a big play for exit frags, which could possibly be what he's gonna be doing. He gets one down on towards Clara, who has been a beast of his own.
He doesn't have the kit, so I don't think the clutch is in the question anymore. Does get the exit frag, so that's a drop AWP. And could possibly be another drop kill, but nah. McGillis is able to bounce back with his first initial peak and be able to get the final exclamation mark. He dies to the bomb, but that's a formality at this point. 1-9, and Orglas 5 have been stomping PPX all throughout this game. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it anymore, JT. This is definitely a surprising thing, and I'm telling you this is a CT-sided map, mind you. But Orglas 5 have been flawless in a lot of the situations where they're pushed upon. Sometimes it comes down to the clutches, and sometimes it just all comes down to talent.
They're just getting picked off one by one, Ramon. It's just hard to watch. This is the most one-sided match I have ever seen in our qualifiers. This is, they are still going to be qualifying on towards the playoffs, and I feel like this is something that you have to look back on because they still have a lot of ample of time to prepare. And when you look at it, first half, 10-1, that's just heartbreaking.
It's kind of difficult to see PPX like this when they've had a stellar performance in that first map right now. Now Orglas 5 are going to have the time of day. A 3-man push over to the A-short extremity where now they got McGills. B-short already on notice. He's the one entering on for the site itself. And Avalanche at least will get the answer, but McGills is still here to get that 2-for-1 special. Already crawling inside of CT as well. Clouda wants more than just a site. He wants to take them by force. And a 1v4 for Hats. This time, this is not looking good for him. Will get himself the kills. And possibly be could the end for him since he is only low on HP, 2 HP in a dream. And Clouda only needs one shot, and he doesn't even need a bullet. The volley was enough to burn him down. 11-1. PPX are not going to have the time of day this time, as Orglas 5 have had a dominating start on the T side. What about a map where it's CT-sided? And now they're up 10 rounds. And we'll end the second half on the CT side right now. Orglas 5 are definitely in a comfortable spot.
I mean, could you imagine if they do the greatest comeback in the history of, Counter-Strike, where from 11-1 they come back and win it all? I mean, that would be the biggest shocker, but still going to be a difficult mountain to climb, honestly, as the mid-tick is where it's going to be at. He shoots through the smoke, unable to convert it to a kill. Still, Ember, somehow, some way, he does find where Sheldon is, and it seems like it is going to be an A push here, Ramon. Going to try their best if they can hold towards it. Was that a team shot? Maybe, but still, McGills will find next volley.
And I think it's just going to be a formality at this point. They run on in. They run and gun down. And they can just reload and just take full advantage of the long-range taps. Revan. That's the one shot that they needed to do. And in this Mirage map, it's clear who definitely has the full confidence into this game. And who really is going to be the top seed from the 4th qualifier of GG League. Orglas 5 only need one more round to solidify the first place prize money. And not only that, they already secured a spot over to the playoffs as well. So congratulations to both teams. But Orglas 5 are showing why they should be feared right now.
P90. Yep. That's it, Ramon. That's how quick it goes. 13-1, and that's just how anticlimactic that fight was. This was the the most one-sided, I think also the only 13-1 we've ever seen on stream.
That's crazy. It feels like the
That's a
guys
record.
they gave up before the match even begun. It was total domination in that last map. I don't think any of us expected. I don't think even Orgles 5 expected that score in that third map. But hard luck to PPX. They really put on a good fight in the previous maps, but when it came to Mirage, they're like, guys, we're just battery low. You can take this one. We're just kind of tired now. And I think Orgles 5 in general just played so well in that T side. Just pure dominance, rushing, execution, taking mid. Everything just worked out in their favor. But, I mean, Ramon, talk to me. It was going so well for PPX, the first map, the second almost. But now, the third map is like, where did these guys go?
Definitely not on Mirage. That's the best that I can tell you right now. Since for the majority of that first half, I really was absent. But when I came back, it was just pure dominance. 1-8 when I came back, and the momentum definitely did not stop there. Orgles 5 with how well they have trained everybody across the board. Clara in particular has been a stellar performer, being a confident duelist in my regards as well. Every time that he's actually getting the entry, every time he's getting a lot of timings correctly, it's kind of hard to shut down a man when he really is on a hot streak right here. So I put my props on him. I put my props on everybody on Orgles 5 who've done a really good job of supplying the right amount of resources on both sides of the map. You can see that they also find ways on exploiting the amount of times that they got connector without anybody holding down that side of the map. I mean, how many times have we seen them push on connector without that much contestment?
I mean, JT, you've been there, so you've seen all the action. But before talking about that, these are the playoffs teams. We have 8 teams: God's Reign, Wahwa, Victory Summer, Starboys, Impact, Aim Stars, and our 2 Orgles 5 PPX from today. It's a stacked lineup for the playoffs. And one last thought from your side, JT, on Mirage. What do you believe went wrong, or what do you believe the strengths of Orgles 5 in that map?
I just feel like PPX were just too predictable at this point, where Clara always finds the flanker. There's always somebody trying to go push from behind. He's always guy watching for that one. Other than that, the way their composition was either 2 on B side, 3 on A, but not necessarily going towards connector. They're always on the sniper nest or jumping towards underpass. And connector always has been scot-free, like Ramon said. The way that they've been using the smokes coming from the side of Orgles 5 is they've been smoking sniper nest time and time again. And they keep on, keeping connector open. And because of that, their A split push has been perfect. And they just capitalize on that. And I feel like that's just how it is. And this is where you have to go back to the drawing board. Because if you're going to go into the playoffs, you're going to be like, let's pick Mirage. Because that's where they're weakest. And you can't give your opponents, your weakest map immediately. You got to learn, you got to study, and you got to make sure what you can do. Or else you're just going to get eliminated so quickly. And playoffs, it's a big stage to be in.
And who would you pick as the MVP of this tournament, Ramon? Maybe Ramon
This
and JT
tournament?
as well.
No, this tournament as a whole, that's kind of too hard to tell. We have a lot of candidates that have
From
stepped
the final.
up over the whole qualifier. From the final, from this one, okay. In my eyes, I think it would be Clouda. I think Clouda has shown that he could step up as a star player, and he was a threat, at least in my eyes, towards the mid side. Not in Mirage, but in a lot of the situations where he was dealt upon over at Vertigo, as well as a few of those situations as well when he was playing on that Nuke map. He was a stellar performer. So in my eyes, Clouda, not only was he the star of the show for the whole series, but I feel like he has contributed in the mid-round calling, doubling up with Defaulter, who literally was a really good IGL, just calling the shots with him. So I think it's both Defaulter and Clouda in that regard.
How about you, JT?
Cloud, 100%. He's been consistent all around the 3 maps. I just love the way that he's able to predict on what the enemy is always doing. And just overall stellar performance since yesterday.
No, actually, scratch that. My MVP is X Bali. That guy's my goat. That's my goat.
Yeah.
Cute.
Anyway, for those wondering, watching us and wondering when the playoffs is gonna be, it's gonna be on the 6th and 7th of December. So in around 2 weeks' time, we're gonna gather and we're gonna watch these 8 teams battle it out to be crowned as the champion of the GG League Pro Series, and hopefully it's not gonna be the last one we see. Probably the last one for this year, but hopefully we're gonna see bigger and better and stronger teams also join and participate, because it's actually been a fun journey. And I want to thank you guys, Ramon and JT, for sticking around with us in all the playoffs, the 4 playoffs we've had. And also, I hope you guys are prepared for the finals that we're gonna see in 2 weeks' time. So, Ramon, JT, thank you so much, guys, and to those watching us as well, thank you for the support and sticking around with us, watching and supporting your favorite team. And special shout out to all the PLG staff working behind the scene to make this a success. And Face It and MESL as well, staff there have been very supportive when it comes to the operations of the tournament, and EasyQ for Sammy. So thank you guys once again for watching and being here with us. Hopefully we see you in 2 weeks' time. Take care, and until then, we'll see you around.